Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first episode of San Jose by Night, City of Glass. This episode's title, Stomping. Now, let me lay out the picture for you. Back in the early 2000s, the fall of Detroit and London has echoed through all of the Camarilla. As rumor and whisper, many couldn't believe London had fallen, burned out by the Second Inquisition. Detroit has left many of its kindred crawling like cockroaches, and at this point is forced to rebuild. Anarchs revolted, causing the fall of Jackson. Los Angeles has become a quote-unquote free state. These are turbulent times for the Camarilla. So much so that many cities across the world are taking on various measures. What's beginning in kindred society on the whole, on a worldwide scale, can almost be described as a social experiment. And San Jose is no different. Prince Camille Annette Harrington has provided something unique. The Second Inquisition has started to cast its eyes upon San Jose. And because of that, many here kindred have been burned out of their havens. This has not helped, as the Anarch movement has been particularly strong in previous years. Now, what we have is something different. Prince Harrington, in the panic of the Second Inquisition falling down upon San Jose, has done something rather unusual. A blanket pardon to all anarchs who walk within the halls of Elysium. This is a strange day, because where most of the anarchs would have scoffed at it, one of their own barons, Baron Brax, Bruhov, who can bring his descendant or his ancestry all the way to Tobin Bell, the infamous Bruhal who killed Hardstadt, walked through the halls of Elysium. And with him soon after came his own following, a large portion of the Anarch sect, expecting perhaps death, but knowing full well that they were not equipped for the Second Inquisition, instead found themselves taking the knee. Now, in 2023, an unease has begun. You see, now the court has a large proponent of ex-anarchs. Some may be coming into the fold and just seeing how the other side lives. Others may be coming in to destabilize it from the inside, and feeling they can do some damage that way. Others legitimately just feel like things got out of control. Have to end up putting a stop to it one way or the other, and the anarchs were not going to reach out to the Camarilla. So, in that regard, a large portion of the anarch numbers have been cut away, leaving them a smaller remnant. But these tensions and old wounds continue. In that thought, Prince Camille Annette Harrington has offered 6 embraces to a surprising mix. Some of Camarilla and some of the ex-anarchs who have crossed over, and is trying to find a way to promote this as a sort of coming together moment. A vision for the future, in fact. That's what this coterie is supposed to represent. Reality is sadly not as fantastical. Many say it's just political favors. Others are saying this is just something to end up making sure that keeps certain heads cool. Others, a test of loyalty. But whatever the reasons for these particular kindred to be here chosen, well, let's just say that it doesn't always end so cleanly. However, tonight, we're going to end up talking into this coterie. We're going to learn of them and their ways. We are going to get involved with them as they take their first steps as a coterie. So, before we go any further, let us begin down the line by introducing the players and their character. So let's start off from the top. Ivalon, why don't you end up telling us who you are and what you're bringing to the table?
Is it Ivalon or is Fishmonger?
Yes.
Yes. Well, as Ivalon, you probably know me as the little instigator, shit disturber from a couple previous coteries. I'm hoping to bring to the table someone more mellow this time, who is willing to navigate, play ball.
So what can you tell us with Fishmonger?
He is a new experiment himself for his sire. She's taking advantage of this, maybe not quite blanket permission for Childer, but one that she can use to help foster someone else who would take her side in these political games, someone she can control. And he's been put together with this coterie, and he's hoping to bring them together, basically, to a new kind of family unit for himself.
That is, well, let's hope for the best. At the very least, there's truly strength in numbers when it comes to the Camarilla. All too frequently, we find ourselves alone when hung out to dry. It's always nice to swing together. But then we have Summon Love, a unusual name for an unusual character. Coffee Cat, how about you introduce yourself and the character you're bringing?
Hi everybody, I'm Coffee Cat Presents, that you can find me here on Twitch. I'm bringing Summer. She is a rather strange looking Ventru with the sort of blue hair aesthetic and the slight laissez-faire attitude, but she's kind and she's willing to put in the work to make this little coterie thing work and make it
Sorry. Oh, did we lose Coffee Cat?
I hope not.
I think he froze.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
There we go.
Uh-oh.
There
There he
now-
goes.
He's back. He's back.
He's back.
Hi.
Hi.
But yes, she's definitely definitely looking forward to meeting all of her coterie, looking forward to the sort of tensions she kind of expects she intends to be sort of a bridge if one is needed. So she had plans to get along with everyone.
Well, what's the old saying about the best laid plans?
That never survives interaction with player characters.
Apparently. Now, that being
So we'll
said,
see.
we have Ravenstar playing Lila Burke. Ravenstar, you know what's up. Take it away.
I'm Raven. I'm bringing in the gangrel Lila Burke, who is a former circus performer turned bartender. She's gonna be very laid back and just, aside from her sire still teaching her kind of, anarch ways, she's still hoping to make this work within the Camarilla. So, yes.
Oh, I realized that just muted myself. Next up is Doc Saturday, played by Volvo. Take it away, Volvo.
Good evening, all. You know me as Volvo729. I am the legendary hunter himself. I am playing a character called Doc Saturday. Most people call him Doc. He does have a first name, but let's keep it to last name. Curtis. He is a Zemitzi that is not originally from San Jose. He comes from New Orleans. Taking a bit of baggage with him, but trying to avoid it, he ends up helping people in Segment. Some good, some not so ethical, shall we say?
Well, depends who you ask, I suppose. And certainly it's understandable that you'd be brought in rather than a fresh embrace, as the Zamisi have a tenuous history with the Camarilla. You definitely know that you were coming into an extremely hostile region, all things considered, but apparently your sire may have plans.
We'll see where they end up.
We will. And that leaves us with Lethality Complex playing Susie Johnson.
Yes, good evening, everybody. I am the ever illustrious and ever ephemeral Lethality Complex, and this game I thought I would take another crack at Clan Malkavian, specifically the life and times of one Susie Johnson. She's a bitch. as is everything else. You will hear her say much. Not all of it's going to be kind. Just be prepared. I'm not even going to say anything more than that. I'm going to let what happens next speak for itself.
And now that everybody has the Lion King stuck in their head, let's leave it to hit Keys playing Elliot Jones.
Greetings. I am Kartoffel Herzog Keys, and I am playing Elliot Jones, the freshly embraced Tremere vampire, who's also in his first game ever in Vampire the Masquerade. A true fledgling. Let's see how this goes.
All right.
Oh, we're gonna break him.
Yeah.
You can try.
All right. So, let us begin. It's a unique environment as you variously have arrived at the San Jose Improv Theater. It's an unusual night, as while you have all met formally in her court before through the walls of Elysia, at this point, this doesn't feel so formal. Instead, each of you, by your sire's leave, were ordered to end up arriving, though perhaps not in knowing of the other's arrival. The theater itself has old neon lights, bold fonts, various acts that are performing tonight. The streets are cold. Understandably so, as even for temperatures of San Jose, it's starting to get into winter. It's a new year, and a new you, a dead you, that's going to end up having you have to question a few things. That's understandable, all things considered. Wasn't more than last week when you were placed together and offered a place. But you are to be tested. You knew this was coming. Whether tonight has anything to do with that test, you're not sure, but you do know that the prince has high expectations of you. You can probably remember that night in court where all the snickering and jeers, some just in disgust. You don't know much about what happened before, but you get this ever-present sense of animosity just between all of the elders that you have to end up contending with. Maybe as you enter the San Jose Improv Theater, you might notice, however, a few familiar faces. One another, in fact. Maybe some of you were just arriving. Maybe some of you came early trying to impress, being in a timely manner. It's not hard to get in if you're particularly crafty. While there's certain people at the doors, there's definitely a rear entrance that's easy enough to get in. And so, because of the dim lights of the theater, as the stage act, man who's absolutely terrible at the jokes he's trying to end up saying, you can feel that he's flubbing the material and really just embarrassing himself on stage. Plus side, he's attracting all the ire of the crowd, and the crowd is not being so silent about it. Each of you starts to end up seeing, and maybe have found a few tables to gather around. But why you were summoned here, well, that's a question that still needs to be answered. So I leave the scene in your hands for the moment.
Summer would have arrived early. She was intending to get a feel for the place and sort of get an idea of the act that's being presented and maybe cringing a little bit at his jokes. He's poor guy. Poor guy is getting lambasted incredibly. So I think it's just best that I leave him to it, leave the crowd to their jeering, and find that table where everyone can, well, where I could sit comfortably and possibly stay out of sight.
You all would end up seeing a table held by Summer, that odd blue hair, blue blood. Probably a little bit strange. Maybe you have heard, maybe you haven't, of the nature of the Ventru. A rulership class, so to speak. The 1%, the boss, the one in charge. Kings and kingmakers, so the rumor goes. That's not what you probably expect when you end up seeing Summer. Certainly not. So who is it that would be coming in second?
That would end up being in their similar nature. Doc is pretty punctual. Have to be on time, after all, when it comes down to meetings. Kind of taking a look at the crowd and the actor putting on their best effort, but you can see that there's passion there, but needs to work on his stick. Kind of seeing Summer off in the corner, would walk up. Good evening, Miss Love.
Good evening, Doc Saturday. Good to
How
see
are
you.
we? Good to see you too. How are we doing?
I'm doing just fine. So, except the act is a little distasteful. I mean, the crowd seems to be unapologetic about their dislike and their cringe.
It may be him resorting to frogs in a blender joke at this point.
Ugh. Yikes.
I have seen her, but at least he has spirit. He hasn't left the stage yet.
He's trying.
And that's when Doc will have a seat at the table.
What brings you here?
I ended up getting a call from my side saying that a formal meeting was going to happen here. And sadly, since I cannot say no, I have showed up.
Huh. Well,
But I do have to. It is interesting.
interesting.
Getting to interesting that we be meeting here. I mean, it is out of the way, but it is also a place. No one would expect a conversation here.
It's funny that you should say that you got a tip saying that something important is going to go down here, because so did I.
Oh, we probably all did. And if you look over to your left, you would see that Susie has appeared inexplicably and is now currently lounging back in a chair, kind of looking upon the act with this look of disdain. Oh my god, just make a decent nuts joke. Christ. It's really not that hard to make people laugh. I can do it. I hate people. Good evening, you two.
I mean, everyone
Miss
has
Johnson?
their own sense of humor. Good evening.
He's trying. He's trying. Desperately.
Yeah. Oh, he's certainly trying, alright.
Trying's a nice word for it. And Lila's just kind of saying that as she's coming up and kind of plops down into a seat, setting a bag down next to her on the floor. The crowd's a little bit more amusing than this guy is.
I will give you that.
Can't help but feel bad for him a little bit.
Or
Give them a chance. At least it is the only way they are going to learn that way.
really surprised they haven't started throwing Rotten Tomatoes at him.
I think that's partially because it's a no food venue.
Wouldn't put it past people to sneak some in, though.
I think pelting you with rotten tomatoes would be rather funny.
You do like to
It'd be
break
more
the
entertaining than
rules.
this, at least.
I suppose if humiliation is what you find funny.
No, it would just be funnier than this. Something being relatively funny does not make it funny in an absolute sense.
Got a point.
Or like, just, like a train. Just through the side of the building. That'd be funnier. Again, by comparison.
A train wreck you can't look away from.
Yeah. A train wreck I wouldn't want to look away from. More entertaining, at least.
Fishmonger has waited until the table is full. And he's also entering from the back door, obviously. Because the number one rule his sire gave to him is don't be noticed by others.
And
So
let's be real here, Fishmonger. It's hard for you not to be noticed. You're a fairly big guy comparatively to most people. And you have to walk delicately. That way of not really disturbing a crowd. Now, this doesn't mean you're trying to tiptoe. You're just starting to learn to keep your head down, to keep that hood up, to keep to the edges of the room. Not be noticed, just be a fly on the wall. But it seems that this table is far away from the act, though if this act goes on any longer, you may start to end up realizing that people want this table, if only to get a little further away from the stage. But the plus side is that the lights are dimmed, at least for now, and you're able to come in fairly unimpeded. A rarity, in your experience.
yes, thank God for the small things.
But the four of you would notice this large figure that suddenly just looms over you. You remember him from Elysium, though he didn't talk much. This fishmonger. Remember that when his hood was down, or when his hood was pulled away, his eyes were bulging, almost that of a fish. His smile very much like an angler fish, but his skin was the worst part. It was like all of his pores started leaking a small amount of liquid at all times, giving him a sheen, unnaturally so.
Slide into whatever part of the bench is open.
I'm sure you're keeping your back to most of the crowd. Usually not a good idea, but in your case, it might be for the best.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Anyone know why we're here?
Well, nothing I got was very detailed. Just told to arrive and be here at X time, and it's nearing that time anyway.
Got a little over 5 minutes.
That does leave. What was his name?
Elliot.
The other doctor, Elliot, Mr.
Joe.
Mr. Jones.
It would
That's an-
be at that point that he would show up, walking a bit fast, taking a hat off as he sees you all. Obviously, a little late, smelling of disinfectant. Obviously, he probably just got off of work. He takes a seat at the table, giving you all a nod, looking over, going, "Well, I've heard a cadaver give a better joke."
Glad to see everyone's here.
Was wondering if you were going to be, missing out on this get together, Mr. Jones.
I was given an offer I couldn't refuse.
Oh,
Same here.
interesting. Well, it's about 5 minutes to the hour, and whoever it is that was wanting to meet with us should be here relatively soon. Guessing we all got the same message then?
So,
It seems like
That's highly likely.
It's at that moment you hear an audible scrape of wood against wood as you hear a chair being dragged to you. Maybe you'll take a quick look out the corner of your eye. Maybe somebody's just moving in a chair to sit with somebody, and that is indeed the case. As there's a woman. You haven't seen them before. She's dark with extremely pale hair. Fairly revealing outfit all in all. You'd be curious on how somebody can end up getting away with an outfit like that. But she seems, well, particularly toned, though she walks with a sense not of ownership, but more like a cat on the prowl. Before she kind of flings the chair with its back facing to you and straddles it backwards, leaning against the chair back, looking at you all. Aye, this is everything we're talking about. Oh. So this is the whole menagerie.
Yes, it is.
You kind of see her lick her teeth a bit. Get the sense that she's maybe sizing you up as her eyes dart to each and every one of you. And you see her eyes change briefly, just for a brief moment. And when I say her eyes change, I don't mean like her tone shifted. I mean her eyes changed. It's something weird, something with a small glow in it. And if you weren't paying attention, you might not notice it, but if you are looking her in the eye, you can end up seeing it goes almost red in the pupils. Almost like it becomes a glow that's threatening to overtake right up to the whites of her eyes before it fades away. And I make all 6 of you. That is fantastic. So, that would
I
end
don't
up...
think we've been introduced.
No, we haven't. Look at this one. She's sharp. So, let's see here. I guess I need to end up doing the whole polite company. End up making it in a case where I end up having introduce myself. Call me Thrasher.
Pleasure to meet you, Miss Thrasher.
Oh,
Pleasure to meet you.
now, for those of you with even a single dot in politics, Thresher is a name that you may have heard. This individual operates as kind of a gopher for Seneschal Brax, the Anarch Baron who walked through Elysium that night, and who arguably is one of the core reasons you're all here this night.
It's very, very nice to meet you.
Yeah, that'll change quickly, lass. I end up telling you that. It ends up turning into a whole nother thing when we end up here getting into the thick of it. But at this given point, I don't want to waste much time. I am end up being told that there might be something that some of y'all may be able to help with. A little bit of heavy lifting if it'll puss. It makes it a case that you end up managing to end up holding yourselves together and maybe be able to end up making some friends along the way.
I'm no stranger to heavy lifting. And he'll flex a little.
Oh, look at that, big man. You expect to end up ragdolling me? I'd like to end up seeing you try. Oh, then again, it might be a fun evening. Who knows? We end up finding out soon enough, I tell you.
I'll assist where I can. I am not one for strength,
Ah,
but
brother.
I do have.
Brother, there's no need to end up worrying about that, none. It's actually quite simple. She pulls out a napkin, pulls out what seems to be one of the pens for the review cards, and writes something down, puts it face down, and slides it to the center of the table.
Take a look at it.
Seems to be a name and address. That there's a reporter. He do some digging to stuff that end up bringing the bad juju. And you are the bad juju in this scenario, in case none of you are the wiser. Right now, need to be quiet. Whatever it takes, end up making sure. Otherwise, it ends up turning into a whole spillover. She leans in a little bit. And as much fun and games as you may end up having, I end up warning you, you might not want to end up making this one too public. If you go disappearing, consider it fine. You end up deciding to turn the whole thing into a bloodbath, as much fun as it might end up sounding. I am telling you right now, he's got way too many people watching him. End up making a whole mess of the thing.
So he simply needs to disappear.
Disappear, keep his mouth shut, end up having, forget about it. I don't really care. This is on you. It's about as much leniency as you're gonna get. I'm here to simply end up seeing on how you get the job done to make sure that you don't all bungle it up.
Seems straightforward enough.
We try and end up keeping it straight forward for the newcomer. I just want to make sure everything aight.
We'll make sure.
Fantastic. It shouldn't take an entire group of a lot of you to be able to do so, but, well, your children. And at this point, this is a small thing with oversight. At least this way I can end up watching on how you end up deciding to bungle it up, and at the very least I can end up going and telling Big Man Braxton you end up having a bit of a laughing stock on his ass. You end up embarrassing him. I have no problem end up taking you out and end up putting you out in the water. Put you out to pasture, whatever you want to end up calling it. You just understand that this is how it has to be, yeah?
That's fair.
Understood.
But I also hope that if we do a good job, you'll report that to him as well.
If I don't need to report nothing, that's as good of a job as any. It means that the thing was handled. You're going to end up expecting somebody to end up patting you on the head, go to your sire. I'm not here for that. You fuck up, and it's to turn into a mess that I'm real quick to end up cleaning up. You catch my meaning?
Your meaning is caught.
Fantastic. So, I'll keep an eye out on you. I suggest you end up getting going pretty soon. And she looks to the stage for a second.
What is she looking at?
Looking at the practitioner at this point. Though if somebody were to end up eating him, I would consider it a personal favor.
I feel quite the same way.
Fantastic. I'm glad that we end up having ourselves on the same side. She stands up and straightens out. You do notice that she may have been slouching a bit on her approach, but now that she stands, she is tall. Like probably 6'3", 6'4", and strong. Fishmonger, you could probably tell just looking at Thresher that she's a little bit top heavy, a little bit maybe here. Doc might end up seeing a bit more in the trunk, but fact of the matter is that is a lot of muscle on a woman.
He's taller than I am.
Out of politeness, Summer is going to stand up with her and offer her a hand.
Roll me a charisma etiquette.
Ooh.
Roll me a charisma etiquette.
What?
Oh,
5
Nuh-uh.
dice, 0 successes. Now,
Nuh-uh.
Summer, are you sure that this is where you're going to want to spend the willpower at the first session?
I want to make a good impression.
Yeah, I feel like you don't have a choice.
Yeah.
Hey, it's not bestial failure. It's just a failure.
Yeah.
Two.
Okay. I can live with that.
Thresher looks at you. What are you doing? And maybe for a brief bit, tries to end up acquiescing, if only to end up doing so, be polite. You kind of tell that there's a little bit of begrudgingness in that regard. When she starts to end up walking away, leaves you with little more than a note, an address with a name, a Samuel Collins. Apparently, anybody who's familiar with the city knows that's Lower East Side. It's a shithole for the most part, at least compared to where you are now. But then again, the jokes might be funnier.
Lower East Side. What do I know further about that area? Like what kindred might be around there?
Good question. Good question. All right, give me 1 second. Roll me a intelligence politics real quick.
Could I assist with that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I will
Plus one.
assist too then.
Okay. Anyone else have politics and want to assist?
Unfortunately, not this time.
Okay. +2.
All right, let's hope that your rolls are a little bit better.
Ooh,
There
that's
we
better.
go.
That's
That's much
5.
better. You know that down there is some stomping ground of a coterie named Temptation's End. Marcelo, Jude, and Cole. Now, how many successes do you have there? 5. Okay. So you have 4 points of information there, so 5th. You will know Marcelo is a Toreador. More specifically, that Jude and Cole are actually a couple of ex-anarchs that came in a little bit later with Brax, though Marcelo has said that they came in because of him. After all, him trying to assist in helping out Prince Harrington's vision of the city is trying to end up earning a little bit of prestige. We'll have to find out.
Mm-hmm. Well, the act's almost over. Does anyone want to go and maybe talk about a game plan?
Yes, I
In
was
private?
about to ask, does anyone have any ideas on how to deal with a nosy reporter?
That we can discuss in private, I think, because
Yeah.
if the act goes any longer, our friend Mr. Fishmonger here is going to run into a crowd.
I probably will make
Friend
myself
to do
scarce
that.
before that happens.
I don't doubt that, but I would rather avoid some scene.
And Summer, as soon as you finish saying that, you look, and Fishmonger's already gone. You didn't even hear him get up and leave.
Ha.
Did anyone see him leave?
No.
He's
But if-
sneaky for someone so big.
Neat little trick.
Wouldn't
There
want
are-
to
Because
get
you
down
weren't
this
paying
path.
attention.
But I also have heard that that they can be a little tricky when it comes to sneaking off. So he's probably still around. Either way, we should probably go to our little private spot that we picked out.
That would be for the.
And you guys are looking around for Fishmonger and realizing he's gone. Aside that last statement Susie made, looking back over where she was, she's also disappeared.
Oh.
Oh.
Great.
Boy, there's 2 of them.
You look away for a second and they vanish.
Well, it just seems like it's going to be the norm.
Well, yeah, and that's. I'm heading in that direction. I don't know about any of you, but we can definitely talk a little freer that way.
Agreed.
Do you
Yeah, the
all
sooner
at
we
the
get out of
assigned
here, the
point?
better anyway.
What was that, Mr. Jones?
Said, see you all at the assigned point as he puts on his hat and leaves.
All right.
Fast forwarding a bit. Now, you're still finding yourselves. After all, you've not been assigned anything just yet, but there has been a few places that you've been able to cultivate, or more accurately, you've been assigned to. Thus, at this exact moment, I understand we did code recreation, but we're going to build up into that.
Mm.
So we're going to end up taking a look at a little place mid-downtown. A location that is actually owned by Vaughn Summer Sire. A small slice of the pie in order to end up giving Summer just enough freedom to be able to understand her nature. And because of that, we end up finding ourselves, well, in a small apartment block. It's actually one of the shorter ones. It's not like some of the high rises that you'll end up seeing overlooking the city. You look outside the window, and what you end up seeing is red brick of the next building. It's hardly up to the standards of most, but hey, it's out of the sun, it's a place that's private, and thankfully this place was built out of an old parkade, so all of the walls are solid concrete with a fair amount of sound dampening. Makes it good for little plots of the such, a little place you can call your own.
And I kind of usher everyone into the apartment
Now, Summer,
as I see them.
Summer, you were the one who ended up initially here housing this place. It was kind of used as a, well, shall we say, while you were still becoming accustomed to your beast, has been a place that you've kind of left in, if not locked in.
Mm-hmm.
But certainly that's understandable now that you have an understanding of the beast, or at least a rudimentary one. So what does this place look like?
If it's a personal space that she has, it's a little sparse. It's got the usual furniture amenities like tables, chairs, couches, but they're all a little lackluster. They're all a little ramshackle is probably another good way to put it, in that none of it really seems to match. Like she might have picked it up at some secondhand store, and so it's a little bit mismatched for what you would expect, but it does look cozy. It does look habitable. It looks like somebody who possibly doesn't make a whole lot of money to begin with.
Interesting place.
Interesting?
Hmm.
In what way?
I just find it interesting whenever I visit new place. You can tell certain things by how people renovate their place.
Well, it's an apartment. I don't do a whole lot of renovations, as you said. I kind of found some DIY things and put things together, and well, here we are.
Resourceful.
I try to be. And
So-
do I see that everyone is here? Do I see Susie? Do I see Fishmonger?
Yes.
Yes, you can see that Susie is sitting on one of the couches, currently typing away on a laptop.
Make yourselves at home.
With that, Doc will find a random chair to sit in.
The sparse furniture is not exactly designed for 6, and so far 2 slots are hit. He claimed. Let's be real here, Summer. This place wasn't exactly built for anything more than a sire and child, or to sit and speak. But
Yeah.
maybe you standing is for the best. After all, prestation is a thing. That being said, you have now a chance to coordinate, but you have little more than a little bit of information of the location, a potential coterie who uses that for their stomping grounds.
Yeah. And so Summer will close and lock the door behind everyone coming in, and then kind of stand in it's sort of a kind of a position in between the chairs.
Fishmonger, you'll notice something. The door looks normal from the outside, but from the inside, this thing is more like a safe door than it is a regular apartment door. You'll notice that specifically because maybe you've had to kick in a door once or twice for your own sire, and this
Never had to kick in a safe door yet.
no. And Summer, this is going to sound like a really weird roll, but would you be kind enough to just roll me a frenzy check, but without your willpower?
Okay, so just
your
zero
humanity
willpower.
bonus.
Okay, humanity. Oops. Hang on. That is not my humanity bonus. And my humanity is 7. Ugh.
Fishmonger, you will also notice that there's a lot of scratches on the back of this door. Summer, this might be bringing back memories. But you probably don't want to pay too much attention to it.
No, I'm not drawing attention to it at all. I'm kind of moving on. So, this reporter is someone who operates within the domain of Temptation's End. Any of you heard of them?
In passing.
In passing, too,
Never heard of
honestly.
Things, yeah.
Be a thing here and there, but not really.
Because there's
I am-
just 3 members.
I am currently gathering every piece of information that I could find.
As far as
Garrett.
address and name.
Okay. So, what's up, Doc?
What kind of thinking? They're basically a crew that rolls 3 deep, right?
That's right.
Would I have any street knowledge about a crew of 3 roaming around that area?
Intelligence streetwise, but it would be tougher. It would be a lot tougher of a hit check.
Okay.
I think also Fishmonger might be interested in trying to figure out maybe what angle Thresher is using by not contacting the people who own the domain where the problem is located, but contacting us.
I'll burn a willpower to reroll.
All right. Doc, you have 2 successes to start. Ooh. Now things have gotten interesting. Now it's 5. You did hear of, well, you wouldn't really call it a gang. It's more akin to, that gang in the sense of a bunch of high schoolers thinking that they're, in it, part of the game. But apparently they got sorted out harsh. When I say sorted out harsh, I am talking about that 2 of them didn't make it.
Ooh.
Apparently they came across the wrong crew, but none of the more known members of the more underbelly community would have taken credit for it, and you know that they're quick to end up telling you whose turf you're on. But there was the last bit of a description of somebody managing to roll, and somebody who rolled 3 deep, or a crew that rolled 3 deep. It's not much, but it's something.
Doc would end up relaying this information. It's not much. There are small rumors about a crew about that size. Nothing well happened to them. Need someone.
Well, the reason that I bring it up is because I worry about stepping on their toes, and if they're not as friendly as you're supposing, Doc Saturday, that we might run into trouble trying to deal with this reporter. Now, I'm personally curious as to what they're reporting on and why there's such a big problem. Thresher didn't exactly go into detail.
Perhaps this
Does
is
it
one of
matter?
those cases it is better for us not to know.
Or she didn't say it because we need to find out on our own. This is a test, remember?
This is a test.
Yeah.
Figure out what we can do. And
can't
if
just
I'm
expect it.
honest,
Hmm?
if I'm honest, we need something like this.
You do.
But we can also do without bungling. So this is why a game plan is actually a good idea.
Yeah, well, a game plan starts with information. Susie hasn't looked at any of you while she's been typing away on
what-
this laptop of hers.
So what is Susie looking up right now?
Basically, everything that she can find that's publicly known about this reporter.
Fair.
Given that he was digging a little bit too deep into one of us, starting there to get a name, and then from that name branch out to other things that he's written about and
Roll me
work,
a
stuff like that.
wits technology.
Wits
Can I
technology.
assist?
Yes, absolutely. If Susie will let you.
Could I assist?
She's... If you have something to assist with, Lila, then by all means. And I know that Summer isn't completely incompetent, so sure.
Okay.
Yeah, Fishmonger's not going to help. He can, but
That's a weird tech plus 2 then.
Yeah. This is less about what you know and how you can piece together to find more information following the tags.
And Summer's pretty good at that. Oh.
I'm spending a willpower. Better.
4.
I do have something I could contribute to the investigation. I might be able to see if our little reporter might have some kind of criminal criminal record of some kind. I do work with the police. It wouldn't be too out of the ordinary to ask for that.
We'll kind of save that as a little bit of a last resort, I think, because if we start asking too many questions, that might draw attention to us.
That's the last thing we need.
And this will be completely under the radar.
Besides, Susie is looking up public record anyway, so anything he's done criminally might be public.
Unless it was covered up.
Samuel Collins, reporter for the local rag, not really taken too seriously, has done everything from writings to, well, the last article was how do floral arrangements enhance your sex life?
Oh, he's a nut.
Is a columnist for maybe a magazine?
You can end up seeing that they do a bit more reporting, but that's a local blog, or that is a not a blog, but local post. Get so many posts, get so many clicks. Trying to end up keeping things going in that regard. You also end up knowing that they've done a little bit of tabloid journalism, what seems to be a bit of ambulance chasing. Hasn't written an article in 2 days, which seems to be the case. Looks like that they write an article every second day, and well, at least they cite a lot of sources and what have you, so it seems that at the very least they're thorough. The conclusions might be crackpot, but
Thorough in writing absolute drivel. Wonderful.
Seems like mostly op-eds.
Yes, because that's exactly what we need.
Not seeing
Someone with an empty head and an opinion.
So this is making me wonder, what have they gotten into that isn't public, that's having the powers that be send us?
Oh, we're being
Elliot.
sent because
Go ahead, Susie.
we're being sent because we're expendable. But, if you have any ideas, then I would love to hear them.
Elliot, you're asking a question, so I'm going to ask you to roll me an intelligence insight. It's going to be incredibly difficult since you don't know the full play or anything, but maybe from your select history, you might be able to garner something out of this.
Could I?
No, this is Elliot specifically. It's something Elliot said, so I'm specifically making it Elliot's roll. So, Elliot, you know how to roll?
You said intelligence insight?
Yeah.
That's the one.
So click the button near insight and then
Any
select
modifiers?
intelligence. No modifiers.
Ooh,
Okay.
yikes.
One
So-
success.
Elliot, you can either spend a willpower to reroll 3 of those 4 normal dice, or you could succeed at a cost. The cost is going to be, there is going to be a additional complication that I'm going to throw in to this investigation a little bit later down the line.
I think I'll spend the willpower.
You sure? It's a high difficulty to be able to end up doing it.
You'll probably
Bluntly, you
Missed
need
everything
to.
you don't try.
All right.
How would I go about doing that?
Okay. So when you take a look at your character sheet, right? You will notice right away that under willpower, there's WP reroll and a button right beside it. Click it and tell it how many dice. Up to 3.
Not the worst I could have rolled.
Elliot, what Susie's saying makes sense. But given the column, maybe the reason they're sending you is because even if you screw this up, I mean, how does floral arrangements improve your sex life? Probably not a higher risk of anybody really paying attention. So maybe it's a case of it's not overtly risky to send newcomers to this kind of line.
So with that, Elliot will scratch his chin a little. Looking over at Susie would then go, maybe that's the point. Perhaps it is entirely because if we mess this up, who would really care about the crackpot trying to help someone get laid with flowers?
Well, as they say, assholes are seldomly missed when they are dead. La, da, 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 da. She's saying this singing this quietly to herself absent-mindedly whilst continuing her research.
Well,
Well,
if it's low risk, then it's low risk. But we should still do it something about this to the best of our abilities, yes?
I would agree. So that raises the question. Make them disappear? Make them stop talking? How are we going to do it?
Well, I think finding out what it is that he thinks, or what Thresher might think that he knows, is ideal in this situation. But if we can't figure that out, I would rather not put someone's life out like that.
Well, depending on what
Just
he's been
realized
looking into.
none of you could hear me.
Oh.
Oh no.
Yeah, Fishmonger had a question.
Yes.
Specifically, well, to the storyteller. He wants to see if he can try and figure out Thresher's angle in not asking the domain holders to take care of their problem, but asking us to do so. Mainly because he wants to figure out if the people holding the domain have been told that they're going to get someone else to do this. Oh. That's fair.
We
I just
want green
realized-
numbers.
All right, so crit only for this. Okay,
Nope.
only 2. You want to spend willpower on it? Try again.
I would not.
Sure.
Okay.
Only once.
All right. So, not quite. Yeah, Fishmonger, you're not sure why it is that it would be Thresher that would be sent. It definitely doesn't feel like they up and up. If this was this serious, wouldn't they be sending like a hound or sheriff? Wouldn't they be sending like, or at least get in contact with the coterie that's supposedly in control of that domain? But for some reason, they're sending you. Something
They're testing
definitely
the
feels
dolls.
off.
They're testing the dolls up on the shelf. Given that our existence as a coterie was Seneschal Brax's idea.
I think at this point, Fishmonger's just starting to pace because there's no room to sit. He's kind of mumbling to himself.
Seeing
found
that,
something.
Elliot would wave over to you, Fishmonger, and motion to his seat as he stands.
Oh no, I couldn't. Thank you, though, Elliot.
You're pacing, though. Something on your
It
mind?
helps me think. I
Oh.
don't think while sitting still.
That's fair enough. But there could be a number of reasons why this has been assigned to us and not to Temptation's End. And I don't pretend to know anything about what's going on in the minds of the up and the higher ups. That's the word.
To the powers that be, we are a mantle ornament at best and expendable at worst. This is not more than something to see if we are worth putting any more stock in than that.
Well, I would certainly hope that we are, because I don't know what they would do to 6 people who aren't considered worth it.
I believe
I
that would
think
mean we return back from whence we came into a river.
You heard Thresher. She was quite clear.
Summer, you asked for plan.
Yes.
I think our first step should be to introduce ourselves to Temptation's End.
No.
Ask for their permission. That way, if we can't get caught, if they allow us in.
That is
I see that
a-
going
That
very,
is part
very
of
badly.
those tenets that at least my sire mentioned those tenets. I do believe that's one of the big ones not to break, no?
One of the traditions of the Camarilla
Yes.
is to respect one's domain, which is definitely a very valid point. If we don't get permission, we're still technically assigned to this anyway.
That
question
just
for
means we
you.
have to find him outside of their domain. And here he'll turn to Susie and say, "Did you find any locations outside of Temptation's End zone that he likes to frequent?"
Nothing yet. However, I have a question for the two of you, Summer, Fishmonger.
Mm.
Mm.
Thresher said, in no uncertain terms, that making this a bloodbath would be a bad idea because there's too many eyes on him.
I imagine those eyes are Temptation's End.
It's very liable that this crackpot may actually mean something to them. So no, going to them is a very bad idea.
I actually agree. Sounds like a bad idea for all to go to them.
And besides, at this point, it would be better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Especially if this is of a nature that breaks the masquerade.
So then that raises
For-
a question for you then, Susie. Is that, do you think, by what we've read, would that be their eyes are on them for a good reason or for a bad reason?
Could be for any number of different reasons. It could be that he's been working on something in secret, and honestly, I think the only way to find out would be to perform some reconnaissance.
That's
Is that
not
a
a bad idea.
volunteer I just heard?
Well, I have ways of gathering information if that's what's required. However, before I go putting my hands on anything, we need to find out if he knows anything that's actually worth reconnoitering.
Thresher seems to
How do
think
you
so.
propose to do that without, talking to him?
Simple. I have a name now. And from a name, I can pull up anything that he's put online. Social media accounts. People talk. People
This is true.
scream loudly.
That's if
Everything
they
that
use
they
the
do.
same name online. What if they used an entirely different handle?
There
I
are
have
ways.
I have ways of solving that.
There are definitely ways of solving that.
The thing is, he's thorough in his searches, but I'd query that this poor schmuck probably doesn't even use a VPN. And if he doesn't, well,
Then oh boy,
Good for us.
good for us. Yeah, that's true. That is very true. So, I think another thing that we could potentially find out more about is, well, one way to get some of that information might actually be to just be there.
wallflowers.
Or something a little less direct, or less indirect. It can always be socially approached.
If you're going to socially approach someone, then I'm going to leave that to you.
Agreed.
Because if I'm to be quite honest, I think this journalist, whilst thorough, deserves a bullet in his head for the crimes that he's committed against journalism.
I can help with that.
I don't think that that's even that's going a little extreme, don't you think, Susie?
No, I think it's a perfectly valid reaction.
To want someone's life to be ended because of their opinions on floral arrangements?
No, it's because he thinks that his opinions are worth anything in the first place. I'm sorry, if you're going to write an article on floristry improving your sex life, you deserve the death sentence.
If
Why?
they die,
Because
it gives me
you
a
are
job.
genuinely wasting oxygen at that point. The electrons that were spent typing up this drivel could have been better spent doing something else. Anything else.
I'm a little less inclined to go down that route.
Maybe a route we have to take anyway.
Well,
I think at
we'll-
this point, Fishmonger has started wandering around the mansion.
Oh no,
it's
no.
not a
Not
mansion,
interested
it's
in all this.
it's a
Apartment.
dumpy apartment.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. No.
Yeah.
He'll wander back to the safe door then and start tracing those claw marks with his finger.
Elliot would look at Doc Saturday. You've been awfully silent, my fellow practitioner of medicine. What say you?
I definitely agree with Miss Love about not murdering him if we can avoid it.
if we can just get him to keep quiet with some incentive.
Oh
then-
no, I never said anything about actually murdering him. I just said he deserved to die, not that he was going to.
It seemed a little less distinct of an opinion.
Look, apathy is a tragedy, boredom is a crime. And right now, he's guilty on all counts. I'm very bored.
I mean, socializing is possibly the easiest way to get into anything that might be a little bit more private.
At this point, we have done as much as we can without being in the air. The
Well,
only
if
way
you
to
wanna-
proceed at this
Well, if you want to do the handshaking and talking to this moron, then by all means do so. If you think that's what would be best, then by all means. I'm just telling you, when it comes to the socialization, don't get me involved.
It's
note.
your disinterest in socializing has been accounted for.
Thank you.
I say let's have a talk with the individual.
Well, the reason I brought it up is because I'd happily volunteer.
I wouldn't mind tagging along.
2's company, hun. 3's a crowd.
True.
What, you don't want to take a little company with you? I mean, what are you gonna do? Suck his dick?
No, I don't
Say,
intend
given
to.
her name, that might be apt.
Oh yeah,
Summer.
I completely forgot about that.
I would like a frenzy check from you, please. Fury frenzy check.
Oh.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Big whoops.
Don't worry, it's just
Let-
difficulty 1.
Let's not poke fun at people's names.
Summer, you're just gonna act like it doesn't matter, but there's a part of you. How dare he? How dare he even speak like that to you? Does he think he's your friend? Does he think that this is the kind of thing that's being spoken of in polite company? That this coterie? And they're just going to use you as a mouthpiece? And that's what they suggest? You should tear his throat out. Find his family. Drown his family in their own innards. You should end up going out of your way to end up displaying photos in front of him and make sure that he ends up knowing what happens when he ends up crossing you. He needs to know. And tearing him apart isn't good enough. You can gouge out his eyes, but you want him to see this coming. After all, wouldn't that joke be appropriate?
Mr. Jones. I am a victim of being named by hippies.
You have my condolences. I meant no harm by that. If I had known the circumstances, I might have had a different comment.
I like your name, Summer. It reminds me of the musical Grease. It's very big part of my childhood.
And a very big part of mine as well. I think my parents made it very important that I learn the origins of my name. But with that being said, that if the plan is for me to get close to this person, and the other plan is for you all to do what it is that you do to find out more information about this person online and his dealings, his what he might know. If there's a way, Susie, actually, to get anything he might have stored, either in the cloud or personally, that would actually be advantageous because what he knows will be saved somewhere.
Oh, I'm already looking through that. If he's stupid and stores things in S3 buckets and anything else.
And like I said, if he doesn't use a VPN, then he's kind of shooting
I
himself
will.
in the foot.
Oh, I will know everything that he knows before long. I will have all that he has.
Anything that isn't leaving a digital footprint, then finding out in person is kind of the important part. The next bit is to find out what he would want to stay quiet.
Well, if it's money, we have access to that. If he won't, then well, then we'll need to make him disappear.
Which I'm sure that there are plenty of capable hands in this coterie for that. Mine, sadly, are not.
Look, one of the two doctors, or Lila, or even Fishmonger here deals with his life. I deal with the body.
Though,
Fair
Don't
enough.
relish being a killer.
No one does. No one relishes doing anything that really gets their hands dirty. But the thing is that in this new existence of ours, it may become necessary. As horrible as that sounds, it's
Except I don't
kind of
see you getting dirty behind your computer screen.
because my sin doesn't have to do with blood.
if Susie isn't careful, anyone could find her. Isn't that right?
Yes, which is why I run with every protection under the sun. You know, first things first, don't use Windows. And you'd be able to see, like, peeking over her shoulder, that, yeah, her laptop does not run Windows.
Huh.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'll just shrug and say, "Well, I'm not a computer head. I'm more direct. I'd be willing to go and talk as well."
I
Good.
would actually be more inclined for you to be invisible backup.
It's
From what I hear about the Nosferatu, they are incredibly sneaky. And
yeah, my sire is better at that. If you want
I'm not.
backup, I can't really stay invisible for very long. It's good for quickly getting out of situations, but
If you want backup, I can go with you. Not good with people, but for some things.
Hmm. Well, I need to figure out where he is first. Susie.
Yeah, grabbing contact information and whatnot now, because I'm sure there'd be some public contact information for a journalist for business inquiries and things of that nature.
Absolutely. I'm not even going to have you roll it. That's easy enough information to find. But as far as address, the only thing you have as an address is what was written on the card.
Susie,
Hmm.
could you look up where and what that address is? Is it his place of work or is that his home?
Lower East Side. Susie, it doesn't take long to basically Google Maps it. And it's just an apartment building, which you could have guessed, but it's apartment near B, so you're guessing shitty basement apartment that was once a storeroom for the apartment block, and they decided to put another tenant in it.
Much like this place.
Oh, this guy is freelance.
Freelance.
Hmm. This
So he doesn't work for a specific tabloid.
He's working from a basement apartment.
Oh. Hmm.
Now that
She
actually
kind of
is
looks around the apartment
worrying me a
herself.
little bit.
Why does that worry you?
Because there are a few people who live in a few different kinds of people who live in basement apartments.
I'm listening.
There are the people who have to because it's all that they can afford. And the people who do so to save money so that they can put the capital into other things.
And you think he might be the latter?
I think he might be the latter.
Only one way to find out. Well, multiple ways, but
Because this reeks of cover. Or at least I hope so. I would really hope that someone isn't this stupid.
And I think that is where we're going to take a little break. Be right back, everybody. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Several attempts to contact this journalist that goes by the name of Samuel Collins have failed. Be it by phone, text, email. He doesn't seem responsive. It's fairly early night. The struggle to end up gaining a hold in hopes to end up baiting the elusive individual has caused the coterie to decide to check out the apartment, this basement apartment, apartment B, currently in the southeast side. They've started to end up just pulling up to the outside, the coteries gathering. Now, when you come to this location, unlike the rest of San Jose, which typically neon lights and beautiful trees lining the streets, boulevards, as far as the eye can see, this is something else. This is, well, it's older. It's definitely an older building. Probably back in first half of when San Jose was even a place to call. Nevertheless, at this exact moment, San Jose is looking a lot more gritty here. You see this apartment building little more than 3 stories. 2 entrances, one on either side. Looks like it's almost like there's a hallway that runs directly through it. But this seems to be the address on the card. And given what Susie has managed to dig up, and Doc, well, there are some issues that you ended up hearing about. A little bit of gang violence that ended up happening in this neighborhood. Talking about a trio of 3 that rolls around Temptation's End. But you know, as a coterie, you presume that they're involved in it. But what is this little reporter, this investigative journalist, really found? Therein lies the question.
Well, we're here. Who wants to go knock on the door?
I mean, I can.
I might as well.
That. What we do.
It is us.
So
Oh.
this is a basement apartment, right?
This is true.
And therefore there'd be windows to the outside. There kind of has to be in places like this.
Yep.
I just had a thought. Would the heightened senses aspects power be any use here? For possibly seeing if there's anything I can hear?
Well, you can listen for something you can hear. I don't know about seeing, but absolutely.
Yeah, I think that might be something I'd want to do. See if there's
Alright.
anything I can hear.
Well, it's fairly
And
quiet.
I'm going to take a quick peek through these windows.
Okay.
And I'll pop my own heightened senses, actually.
Okay, so I would like both of you then to roll me wits awareness plus your Auspex rating. So when it asks you for a modifier, just type in the amount of dots and Auspex you have.
I actually, because we're both kind of doing a casing,
Mm-hmm.
I might instead offer my assistance here.
Okay.
I
Elliot?
got a 4.
No worries. Can you roll me 1 additional die, please, Elliot?
Is it'll be
Alright.
better? Better for me to help
So
you
that's
to
another
help
D10.
Yep.
1d10. Yep.
Okay,
Hey,
so
it's crit
five,
10.
5 successes.
And that one was a crit.
Nope.
You need a pair.
Oh, you need a pair?
Pair
Is
of
that how that
tens.
Yeah, for
works?
crit.
Yep.
Yep.
So a single
was-
10 is not a crit, but a
Gotcha.
pair of 10s will count as a crit. But if one of those 10s happens to be in hunger dice, well, you can't re-roll hunger dice, and that is a chance for the beast to come out a little bit.
Thankfully, I didn't
Mhm.
roll anything on hunger.
Yeah.
So,
Mm.
with that in mind, Elliot, you start to end up kind of observing. Now, with heightened senses, you're more attuned. It was really weird the first time. The first time you used heightened senses, you might recall looking at maybe it was a TV screen or a monitor. You couldn't really tell because you weren't seeing the image. Instead, you were seeing these little slits of green, blue, and red in a very weird pattern, almost mesmeric. Everybody else would just be looking at a typical monitor image, but you could actually watch the refresh rate of the monitor as though it was taken in just extremely slow motion. You can take in all this detail that the human eye can't conceive of. So when you use this and you look in, you hear it, you see it. Something's in there. The lights are out. No doubt on that. But you can get just a little bit of light coming in through this window, bouncing and almost becoming as lively as though it were day. You smell in the air. You can smell old pipes used for meth. Probably in this little bit of a... somewhere along this street is an old pipe. You can smell the dry heat. Looking through the window, though, you do see movement. Seems to be a figure. And you're pretty sure they're dressed. Yeah, they're dressed black hoodie. Seem to have some form of mask on. Balaclava? Somebody's breaking into his apartment. Somebody's rifling through his stuff.
Hey, gents. We might need some muscle in here. Someone's broken into his apartment and is rummaging through his stuff. I think this might be you, Fishmonger.
Do you know who it is?
No idea. They're wearing all black clothes, baklava. You know, standard wannabe criminal.
I would suggest we let them take whatever it is they're looking for.
Susie shakes her head at him. No.
You should
That's
probably stop them, because what if they're looking for the same thing we are?
Do I smell what they smell?
No, you're not using heightened senses.
Okay.
I'm trying to
Well,
emphasize,
in that
like,
case,
for all you, they would know that pipe might be like half a block away.
when they leave with what they want, we'll catch them and they'll have done the work for us.
Or we can just go down there and stop them there. Be out of the
So
public eye.
I say
Feel
we
free.
should stop them now.
I'm not
when
going
we talk
in.
about this, the more they get through with what they're doing.
Exactly.
I'd say it's best to stop them now.
And this is when you see Susie stand up. She's gonna turn off heightened senses, and you would see that she starts taking steps over towards the door. I'm guessing since someone broke in, it's ajar.
You aren't even inside the apartment block yet.
She's gonna start making her way inside the apartment block, and as she goes, you hear her steps are silent. I'm activating Silence of Death.
So Susie walks, but you don't hear any footsteps. There's no stepping on concrete. There's no shifting of sand or glass or broken glass or anything. There's just quiet. Susie starts to end up making her way to the front door.
I'm gonna follow her.
As will Lila.
Elliot will too, a little behind them. Can I pop Sense the Unseen just to be safe?
Absolutely. Roll me a wits and Auspex.
Someone's a lucky boy.
Roll the aspects itself.
Yes. So, if you want to set that up on your sheet under the discipline itself, so you can go into Auspex and under the powers where you've got your powers, you'll see two boxes next to the power one details, and then you'll see two drop down boxes. You can set one of them to wits, and the first one to wits, and the second one to discipline, and that'll be your wits Auspex roll.
Elliot, you don't see a whole lot. At least nothing that the human eye wouldn't be able to see. You can see it in vivid detail easily, but as far as those things that are unseen, no, not really. So, with that in mind, there is there's a moment, Susie, where you end up coming across the front door. Not the door into the apartment, but the door into this little apartment block. And you notice not only a keyhole to end up laying in, but you also end up seeing what appears to be a padlock. Or not padlock, keypad.
I got this. I am going to try and pull the keypad off and try it. If the door is locked, is the door locked?
The door is locked.
Okay, I am going to try and finagle it.
Before you do,
Mm-hmm.
and this is, I think, something that would come more under larceny knowledge than technology.
I can use either or.
These keypads normally have a default master code that will unlock them. This is actually something that physical pen testers use to get into buildings without having to take off keypads and things like that. So I'd like to do just a very quick suss to see if this keypad is a model that I recognize, and if it is, I'd like to try the default code and see if they changed it.
Okay. Roll me a intelligence larceny on this one.
Intelligence larceny?
Yep.
Sure. I can do that. What are we looking at here? 2.
You gonna willpower that?
I can actually afford that, yes, so I will willpower that.
Okay.
I have 2 dice. 4.
Okay. Susie, you managed to end up taking a look, and yeah, you're familiar with it. Takes a few seconds. You think, there is no way they're this stupid. Please, you as a individual who deals with these sorts of pieces time and time again, want to end up praying that people aren't this stupid, but of course, humanity fails you again. 1, 1, 1, 1. And the door's unlocked.
And she pulls it open and she's just like,
Well, apparently, my knowledge on security systems needs to be brushed up on.
I'll give you a crash course.
I'd
You hear
appreciate
that she speaks she speaks quietly.
And so does Summer. Oh, yeah.
So
But
who's
Summer
going
does
into the
it.
building?
Summer takes
Yeah.
the liberty of going first.
Yeah, no, the reason why I mentioned that specifically is because you can speak at a whisper whilst under silence of death, but like loud talking will actually break it. So that was me kind of just relaying that she's speaking quietly to keep that maintained.
So, you managed to end up unlocking the door. Who's going in? Who's staying out? Need to know this.
I'm going in first.
Lila's
Elliot's
going
gonna
in.
stay outside.
Elliot's
I'm
I'll
staying
also
out.
make
Fishmonger's staying out. What about Doc?
Doc is muted.
Jock would go.
Doc goes in.
go in.
Yeah,
Yep, so
Doc.
2 outside, 4 inside.
Okay. You get to the apartment. And Susie, you take one look, and the first thing you'll end up noticing is the door is definitely ajar. More importantly, that it has been hit with such force, or not really hit. More accurate is to say it was pried open. You can see where the crowbar was placed in. But given the old build of the building, it's ripped a portion of the steel guard out and splintered some of the frame.
And Susie makes a silent gesture to basically show them. She places her finger to her lips.
Now,
And then
go ahead.
she reaches into her coat because she did not come unarmed.
Okay.
Lila at the same time would be reaching into her bag.
Okay. Now, here's the question. When you're here stepping in, are all 4 of you going inside?
I want to listen for how many individuals I hear first.
Roll me a wits awareness.
I'll give an assistance there if I can.
I'm here.
+2.
Okay.
+3.
+3.
Okay.
You're pretty sure you only hear 1.
Okay. What does it sound like they're rifling through right now?
Right now, it sounds like they're rifling through papers. Maybe books, journals. You're not sure.
Can I get a peek inside, or am I at a bad angle? Do I not have a
The-
good angle on it?
The door is still closed, and quote unquote, but it can easily be pushed open. That being said, any action towards that door outside of Susie is going to require a dex stealth.
That is not me. I know that is not something I can do.
That's why
Doc is
Zit.
staying stationary.
Susie would look to Lila and be like 1 second, me in, wait for signal.
She's gonna nod.
And she'll push open the door and sneak in.
Okay. You start to go inside, and immediately the first thing you get hit with is the smell. It smells like weed in here.
Good
Not,
thing I turned off height senses.
you're not surprised. But when you end up here coming in, you can see an incense burner on the side, probably trying to cover it up for the landlord. Just there at the door. You can step in. Directly forward, you see a kitchen, a small hall, one that leads to the living room where you can hear all that rustling. The other side, you can see a bathroom down the hall, and to what you can imagine, that side door is probably a bedroom. It's a cramped apartment, to say the least. I mean, to say that the rooms are little more than maybe barely the size of a prison cell is to undersell it. You can
Yeah, this
see,
place is a shithole.
well, you can even look above you and you can end up seeing the pipes that they're old metal pipes that are probably for the apartments upstairs, all in all.
Then, yes, I'm gonna sneak over because I'm sure I could hear this guy
You can.
rifling
He
through.
can't hear you.
I'm going to sneak up to him.
All right. As you sneak up to him, he's big boy. Yeah, probably 6 foot, 6'1", with fairly broad-shouldered. He's dressed all in black, trying to end up going through stuff. You see that he has what appears to end up being some kind of duffel bag. It's filled with what looks to be whatever would be considered valuable in here, but it's also filled with a bunch of papers.
And I think I'm going to sneak up to the point, and the next thing this guy is gonna feel. Susie isn't all that tall, but she's tall enough for this at least. That he's going to feel the gun pressed against his back, right where his heart would be, on the backside. And the silent word, and very quietly, not another move.
He holds still.
And Lila would see Susie give the signal.
And she's going to come in, moving a little bit quietly, but also pulling out her own gun from the bag.
Doc, are you coming in as well?
Doc is staying on the
Staying on the outside. Summer, you going in?
I'm going in, but I'm staying by the door. I'm kind of giving the front room a look around.
Okay. You kind of hit that point. Maybe this takes you back a bit, Summer. Kind of take a look at it. Ashtray's right by the windowsill in the kitchen. Probably a few roaches in there. You probably notice the kitchen itself is less than well decorated. Makes your sparse apartment look like something, the Taj Mahal. Lila, you end up coming in. You end up seeing Susie with a gun pressed against this individual's back. Definitely a little bit left of center of mass. He's got over his shoulder that large duffel bag.
She's going to raise the gun to him and motion for him to quietly set the bag down.
He takes a moment to end up putting the bag slowly on the desk in front of him. He keeps his hands forward and on the bag in view. He hasn't said anything yet.
Release the bag. Turn around.
He starts to slowly turn. And as he does so, takes one look at the two of you. Maybe he catches the summoner or Summer at the corner of his eye. It looks you both up and down. His hands are raised just below his shoulders.
You have 60 seconds.
Go ahead.
Explain yourself. That's Susie saying quietly. He has 60 seconds to explain himself.
Funny. I didn't think anyone would end up showing up. That's a lot of firepower there, Missy, for someone of your caliber. He looks back at the bag. You can see, Susie, now it's probably more clear. You can see some wires, cables that probably were attached to a laptop or something along those lines. You can see that a lot of the files have been rifled through. Currently stepping on loose papers. He's in books that have been feathered through quickly, cast through the shelves. This is very much a quick job. When he looks around, he just takes a gathering at you. Now, what exactly needs explaining?
Something tells me you're not here for his TV. Explain.
Is it a voice that any of us recognize?
No.
Okay.
The man seems firm. Like he's not particularly rattled at the fact that he has a gun pointed at him.
Experienced.
You seem to be under some impressions, little missy. Why don't we just calm down? You can tell me what the heck you think is going on.
No, I asked you to explain. You're not in a position to make demands here.
Well, that might be true. But most people don't end up coming into this here city with a gun here at the ready. That registered?
Maybe, maybe not. not really your issue, I don't think.
Got the serial numbers all filed down. Place the barrel. Probably have 2 or 3 spares just in case you have to fire it, so when somebody tests it, it doesn't come out as the same round, right? Rifling's different.
If only you knew.
It looks over. He turns to gesture as he starts gesturing towards the bag. Starts to unzip it. And at that point, he's gonna clock you with it to make a dash. So, and you're in melee distance.
I'm gonna fire the gun because I had it poised.
Yeah, but you're also in melee distance, which is a penalty. When you had his back, you had advantage. Now, not so much.
He's gonna try and clock me with it, huh?
Yeah.
Let me see here. It'd probably be a Dex firearms.
Yep. This is a reaction thing.
Yeah. I'm gonna shoot him.
We didn't want to draw attention to ourselves.
I have something that I would like to do. If I can catch his eyesight. If I can catch his
That's going to be tricky. Somebody else definitely has his attention. I think it would be agreed that Susie kind of has his attention with the gun at this point. You're not the one that's armed. So, but yeah, there might be a chance for you to do something. He is 3 successes. I'm going to ask for your, you're going to be at a -2 penalty with your Dex firearms.
Ooh. Okay. I'm actually gonna rouse the blood for this to negate the
offset?
penalty.
Okay. You don't get hungrier.
3 currently. I'm going to roll a willpower for that because I cannot allow that to slip through my fingers.
That's 3. He is going to. Well, he needs you out of the way, so he's going to end up willpowering those 3. All right. That's an additional success. He does beat you. Lila, you do have the opportunity to fire, though.
She is going to fire.
Okay. Roll me that, and he is not going. He's not going to take an action. Well, let's see what the roll is first.
Dex firearms.
Dex firearms. Yep. You are not at a penalty. You're at range.
Okay. Oof. I am definitely going to willpower that.
Okay. He is going to try and take. This guy's fast. You know that as soon as you see him take that heavy bag, and Susie, it was filled with books, laptop, and a whole bunch of other papers. It has to weigh at least like 60 pounds. And when he clocks you with it, he sends you right off into the side, knocking you to the ground. Lila, you end up pulling the trigger. You end up managing to unload 2 shots, but he ends up slipping under and pushes past, knocking you to the ground as well, trying to end up slipping out. It's at this point, Doc, Elliot, Fishmonger, you hear gunshots.
So at the sound of gunshots, I think Elliot would end up popping heightened senses again to hear what the fuck is going on a little easier.
Oh, there's definitely a scuffle. You can end up hearing that without question. Summer, you wanted to do something. What's it?
I am, if he's bolting in my direction, because I'm at the door.
Yep.
I want to catch his eyes,
Okay.
and I'm going to cloud membrane.
You're in a cloud memory. Okay, I'm going to need you to end up rolling me your discipline on this point. This guy is not a slouch in the slightest.
Going to rouse to grant me more advantage. I get a little hungrier.
He's got 2 successes
Is that
right
it?
now.
I mean, he's at a -2 at least.
Oh,
Oh,
Thank God.
that's a messy crit.
Well, I mean, it is combat.
It is combat. It doesn't count. It's a messy crit.
Okay.
Let's see here. So that's going to be 4. That's 6. He needs 6. He doesn't have it. He's not going to roll. Okay. So it's at that moment, Summer, you manage to stand in the doorway. Doc, you might be coming right around the corner when Summer ends up using it. Now, this is usually incredibly difficult, Summer. This is not something you end up doing at ease. It's not even really a combat discipline, all in all. But in this exact instance, you manage to end up looking at him and simply end up saying, forget. And he kind of stops for a second.
And in that moment, I'm going to take the bag from him and position myself where I'm back with the ladies behind them.
Okay. So you step deeper into the apartment to get him back as Susie and Lila get to their feet. Doc, what are you doing?
Doc would walk up to the individual and say, "Could you please sit down?" I don't use mesmerize.
Okay. This is the same action. He gets a penalty again.
I'm going to.
Ooh.
oh,
It's 4.
Rousing first. See. Don't take the rouse with her.
There it is.
Ah, there we go.
There we
There
go.
it is.
All right.
So mesmerize is manipulation.
Manipulation
Yeah.
That
dominate.
is correct.
Yep.
Okay, good to know. So let's see here.
He's got
Eh,
4.
He's got 4.
mm,
You
yeah, I
try.
don't think I could try.
You could try, but you'd have to get 2 successes on the 2 willpower. Or
Or, I mean, I guess I could try it.
Give it a shot.
Eh,
Doc,
Not
you
bad.
try. And he starts to come out of his stupor. And as you start talking to him, his eyes go a little wider. And immediately he takes one glance, very, very short, and tries to bolt past you. Now, Elliot, you said you're listening for what's going on. What's Fishmonger doing at this exact time?
I am obfuscated and standing close to the lockpad door, the way out. Assuming
Okay.
that's the only entrance.
Oh, remember I told you there was 2 entrances back to back. So you got a 50-50 shot in this regard.
Well, assuming Elliot would have stayed in the front, I'll go to the back. So that we're both covered.
All right.
He's gonna get physically past Doc, though.
He's gonna get past
Okay.
Elliot.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look, Doc.
May.
This is a new
You may
round.
choose to exit the back way.
So, do me a favor. What are you doing? He is sprinting right to you.
Sprinting right to me, eh?
Yeah, he's gonna blitz past you. He's gonna not even try and blitz past you. He's gonna blitz through you. You get the impression this person might have been a linebacker in his day. Definitely built
Oh
like it.
boy. Can I sidestep and try to trip him?
You can try. Let's make it a dex brawl.
I have no bro.
Not a great pool. Hmm.
Mm.
Also, that reminds
fuck
me.
it, gun.
How much did he beat you by the first time?
Who, me? Beat me
One?
by 1.
Yeah, he beat you by 1. So you're currently 1 superficial damage, Susie.
Yep.
Lila,
Hey, guess I'll-
you rolled 3, you rolled 4, so you only have 1 superficial damage, Lila. Sorry, I didn't call that out earlier, but he did bust you up pretty. He ran through you. Let's be real here. So Doc, what's your roll?
I guess I'll rouse again. Oh god.
Okay, roll to rouse the blood again.
Oh me, oh my. Dex Brawl. Oh,
He currently
this will
has
be fun.
he has 3.
And you have 3.
Yeah.
Well, guess I'll reroll 1.
Okay.
Because I'd rather try to trip him. So,
Alright.
let's see.
Let's see what you can do, Doc. Looking for the reroll? Nope. He blitzes past you. It meets, it beats. He does manage to end up getting past you. Now, here's a question. Fishmonger.
Yes.
You said you were waiting at a door. You end up
I'm also obfuscated in the
Yep.
hope that he'll look out one entrance, see Elliot, look out the other, see nobody, and choose the path of least resistance.
That is a very good point. And I think I'm going to say that's exactly what happens. Fishmonger, he looks to one entrance when he sees Elliot coming, and he starts bolting through the door that's clear, which isn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna lariat him right on the neck.
All right. Roll me a brawl. And this is technically the same turn, so he actually drops a die.
Hmm.
You only got 1
What
success.
are you doing to him?
I'm
Lariat.
basically knocking him on his ass.
Clothesline.
And
Yeah.
Oh,
the
he's
wind
getting
out of him.
clotheslined.
Are you going to use potence or anything of the such?
I'm thinking about just rousing. If I use potence, he'll probably die if he's immortal. So
If you route a prowess, no. Only if you say that you're using lethal body will he take aggravated.
okay. In that case, yeah, I'm gonna use all the dice I can. I'll rouse.
Okay, you
Nice.
do. You don't get hunger.
And I will use prowess.
Just as a note, during the turn, Summer is fishing through the duffel bag.
Absolutely.
That's a 9.
Oh,
That's 3 10s.
yeah.
You make this dude do a backflip.
Oh,
Turns into a fucking Looney Tune.
Jesus.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why I was afraid I might kill him.
Now, Fishmonger,
Yeah.
you're not going to kill him. That is not a bestial crit. Okay, you have some intent here. Your intent is to stop, not to slaughter. As much as the beast
Yes.
laments that. So when you hear bring your arm out, he doesn't even see it coming. Actually, I do need to make you roll two more dice because you do have advantage here. He doesn't see this coming. So
Oh,
Yeah.
crap.
Roll the dice. Fishmonger.
No.
An instant unconscious. If he's
Nope.
mortal.
okay.
Fine.
No, nothing additional.
So who had heightened senses up?
Me.
Elliot did.
Elliot. What you hear is the sound of packing meat. What you hear is the sound of jawbone going out of socket and tearing through skin. What you hear is trachea being crushed, and you're hearing what it's like to end up having one's collarbone snapped in 3 different places. There's a brief silence, then a hard thud, and a small amount of leaking.
Can I tell from that if he's dead?
Hey, you're on the other side of the building. All you can do is hear that.
Elliot's gonna hear that and start running to go see who just got decked and fucked up.
When you rush over, you're gonna go check on that. We're gonna zoom back in. Summer is currently digging through the bag. Summer, are you spending some time here? The gunshots just went off. It doesn't take a genius to know that somebody's gonna end up calling somebody here.
Right,
Susie is gonna say later.
I'm just looking to see if there's anything of immediate importance. Later is one thing. I'm taking it with me anyway, but immediate importance.
Roll me a wits investigate. Oh no, make this a dex investigation. This is physical speed, like trimming through this real quick.
Yeah.
So.
Oh. That is also a messy crit.
Oh,
My God.
yeah,
Beast is out tonight.
There's no avoiding that.
Oh, the
Summer.
beast.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think they take you seriously.
Mm.
But you're deadly serious when you see this photograph printed. Because what you see is what you're guessing is a teenager being hoisted by his neck high into the air by a figure that looks like it's blurry. Not that the everything in the image is sharp, except for the image of whoever that is. It's definitely of a female persuasion, but outside of that, there's very few details you can make out. But the figure is so tiny, lithe, and yet is hoisting this boy by his throat right off the ground.
Anyone I've seen before?
No. But it's definitely... This is concerning, suffice it to say.
to the the very tiny person is the person who has hoisted a teenage person
off the
up into
ground
the
by
air.
their throat. And when I say hoisted, it's not just like casually lifting intimidation. I mean, this person is one hand ragdolling this person. It looks like they're about to overhead throw this person at full arm
one
length.
Yeah,
And
with
because
one hand.
of the glitch in the person's face,
They're
there's
not
something we-
identifiable. Hmm.
Oh, that person is far too small.
What?
Quickly
Susie,
show the picture. This person, the person
would I
hoisting.
recognize the technological blurring here?
Would you recognize the technological blurring? Roll me an intelligence technology.
I'll assist.
Because I do possess something that does something very similar to this.
Okay.
I'll assist.
Yep, I took that in mind.
If it's technological,
7.
it's not
Nope, that's
technological.
a crit. Yeah, that's a crit. 7.
It's not technological.
I've
Is
never
it
seen
Ghost
glitch
in the
it.
Machine?
Do you have that ability?
I do.
Then you will recognize Ghost in the Machine.
This is not natural. This is not something that we reckon. This is not something that's technological.
This is a masquerade breach. Lila, scope everything. Summer, we need to get out of here now.
There's gunshots. There are gonna be authorities here.
Then make it quick.
Elliot, we're jumping to you.
Do I hear them? Because that sounds like a yelled conversation.
No, it's not yelled.
No, it's not
It-
yelled.
it-
It's
it-
panicked, but it's not yelled.
Pretty-
Elliot?
Yeah. One second.
You get to the body, and this person you think is still alive. But they're having a hard time breathing. The balaclava's messed up over their face. They're having a hard time breathing through the fabric. You know that their jaw is busted. You can see like an indentation. You think it's a compound fracture of the jawbone actually poking out through the side of their near mouth. And they're choking on their own blood.
Would my specialization in bodies and forensic science be able to help me prevent this guy from immediately
It
dying?
would be an
on his own?
intelligence medicine.
Thank God, something I'm actually good at.
Yep.
Any modifiers?
No modifiers. Actually, yes. No, never mind. You know what? I'll let it pass. I'll let it slide. Elliot. You have to get the balaclava off, and as you can't do this with his mouth skewered. You need to clear the air pipe as much as possible. Fishmonger, you're looking over this as you see blood currently dripping down your forearm. You knew you hit hard, but you didn't see it coming.
We can get to my apartment. I can save this man. I have a
Elliot.
bunch of tools there.
Elliot, you know this man. His face is mangled. But this is the new guy. He's a police officer.
Oh, fuck!
And he's... What has he been around? Maybe 6 months?
Fishmonger, you just killed a cop.
Not dead yet. You can
We
still
can't
save
get
him,
him
can't
saved.
you?
You just did.
Now, Elliot, I'm going to ask a question that everybody hates me asking. High or low?
Oh, damn.
Fuck it, high.
Good news is you don't hear sirens yet, but you will expect them soon. But right now, you... Go ahead.
I'm zipping up the bag and I'm getting everything together that's been in this bag, closing it up, slinging it over my shoulder, and I'm going for the door.
Okay. Summer, you start heading for the door. Yep. What's Lila and Susie doing?
Lila would be assisting Susie with whatever she was getting ready to do.
Susie is making
Good.
sure that there is that guy didn't miss anything.
Okay. This is a panicked roll, so it's going to be a higher difficulty with a wits investigation.
Oh wow, that's a very poor roll for me.
It's probably worse for me.
2 dice.
I had been casing the front of the room before this went down.
You had?
Did I ever roll that? I don't think I ever rolled
No,
that.
you never rolled it because there was nothing in view there at the front of the room to be able to... That would really be prevalent.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's fair.
Susie is looking, but I don't like with 2 dice. I don't think she's gonna find anything. Because I think for the theatrical tendency, I'd like to take half and just make it a 1.
Okay. Susie, I'm going in. I'll tell you what. I'm going to make you a deal.
Okay.
The law of attraction is a tricky thing. Sometimes the things you want can be easily found and come directly to you. Just not in the form you were hoping to be able to end up finding. So I will gladly give you everything in this room that is prevalent and add it into the case, leaving nothing that could potentially be there. However, other things are going to be coming your way as well.
I can't in good conscience do that. I can't.
Well, it's a potential masquerade breach, according to Summer.
According to me, too.
But
Pitch.
Okay, I'm doing it.
you're taking the deal?
Taking the deal.
Okay. Susie, not much to think of until you end up here seeing pictures. Pictures of the Cathedral Belissa here of St. Joseph. Elysium.
The Basilica. Oh no. Okay. And you see that Susie steps over and she's like bop, 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 bop. She's making sure that this is quick.
Yep. You do manage to end up getting it. Elliot, you might be able to stabilize this man, and you might be able to save his life.
Could Doc have followed after when he got lost?
You could definitely be following. Certainly.
Okay.
But I imagine you don't come with the same quickness as Dr. Jones here.
No.
If I can save this man, I'm definitely gonna try. He has too much information to let him die.
And you see
Great.
that see that Summer has a bag slinged over her shoulder. As she's walking out of the apartment with determination.
Summer,
Mhm.
until somebody follows your command expressly, without the use of dominate or any kind of powers, you're more interested in taking command of the situation. Your rule has to be abided.
Oh.
You are under a compulsion, after all.
Mm-hmm.
Summer, you come out and you see the assailant, the one who pushed you aside, the one who tossed you around like a rag doll, and now you end up seeing his jaw through his skin. You end up seeing his entire upper chest cavity caved in, and Elliot has pulled off the mask. Young
What
man.
did I tell you? We weren't gonna kill people.
He's not
He's
dead
not
yet.
dead.
I can save him.
Then pack him up. What are you waiting for?
I'm not strong enough, but Fishmonger, let's fucking do this. Get him in the car.
All right.
I'll assist where I can.
I'll just fireman carry him. Just,
Okay.
you know.
Yeah. Fishmonger, what's going on in your head right now?
Just that probably they should have listened to me a little bit. They kind of went in and botched up the whole thing. And now we're not just back at square one, we're at square zero. We have no leads on Samuel Collins. I haven't asked them yet in character if they found him or if this was Samuel Collins. But yeah, basically this whole thing turned out to be a shit show.
And Fishmonger, as you make your way to the car, you think things just got worse. Because at the vehicle, watching you six, 3 individuals. One
It's the
is
coterie.
a very delicate man, very lithe, almost too skinny. Currently in those tight blue jeans and a very flamboyant top, hair slicked back. The other one is a woman of, well, shall we say, what appears to be more of an Asian descent. Though she is wearing something that is a little bit revealing. And then there's a larger man. He is almost as big, or if not as big, as Fishmonger. A darker complexion, baseball cap, and wearing overalls. And here you are carrying a body right towards him.
Yep.
One of them speaks, looking at you. Wow. This is unexpected. The thinner one just takes a step forward. Didn't expect to end up having famous company would have rolled out the red carpet. I mean, please, we're gonna have to end up here doing far more than that. Oh, look, and they brought party favors. The menagerie. Mm.
I assume you three are Temptation's End.
Marcelo, Jude, and Cole. Glad to know we made acquaintances tonight. Isn't it just so nice to have friends?
Do any of them resemble the person in height that I saw in the picture?
Potentially Marcelo.
So it was a short man holding a teenage boy?
You're not sure. It's a pretty feminist figure, but this guy, like, is damn near femboy.
Yeah, Fishmonger's gonna shift the body a little bit so that he can, hold out a hand and say, I'm Fishmonger.
Darling, thank you, but, yeah.
Wouldn't want to offend your delicate sensibilities.
Oh, it's just, I just had this dry cleaned.
And all of us.
Yeah. And I don't.
Tells me it never hurts to be polite.
And I appreciate that. I really do. I mean, it's not that bad. It's just, So, what did we end up finding here? Not a conversation I would suggest having in the street, but hey.
Then might I suggest...
in the street, my darling.
Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Rough guy.
Fish, we're leaving.
Do you have a place with medical equipment?
I do. I don't know if our hosts have anywhere with medical equipment to save this person's life, because we are on a bit of a timetable if we want to figure out what he knows.
So we leave now.
I was pretty sure there was a rule about this. Hey, let's ask the newcomers. Jude, Cole, do you guys remember? We were talking about this the other day.
Respect thy domain.
Hey. Nobody likes a person who answers everybody else's questions, okay? I was asking them when I'll end up wanting your opinion. I'll end up asking for it. I appreciate the participation, though.
Marcelo.
Yes.
Quickly. Get to what it is that you're looking to get so that we can be on our way.
Okay. I just feel that a little bit of respect is due. After all, I'm trying to end up teaching my friends here the importance of the traditions.
The traditions are indeed important.
But I feel like one has been skipped over. Did we no longer count? I mean, we're playing for the same team, aren't we?
We are.
Yes, it's my fault. I had expressed a desire to meet the Temptations and Coterie, but
we're all
it's talking to
me again. I think I'm going to be sick.
My apologies, dear host. Me and my associate here tried to get the rest of the coterie to meet, but we were outvoted. We would please request your leave to take this delinquent to a place for medical attention so we may figure out what they know, because it seems they may have some information about your coterie that may
I
be
will put my hand over his mouth.
So immediately, Jones, midway through, you end up feeling this palm just go right over your mouth. Summer was about to say something.
Oh, I was just saying, Mr. Jones, be quiet.
You see what I have to work with?
Yeah, the cold, or the one you presume would be cold, just kind of looks over to one of his compatriots. Yeah, Something like that.
So, as a note, given that I never turned off Silence of Death, would I be able to make my entry to this little scene at this point?
Absolutely. However, you're going to want to roll me a wits plus obfuscate. Because somebody in here can actually contest it.
Hmm? Yeah, I can do that. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay, I'm spending a willpower there.
You are? Okay.
Yep. Wow.
Um,
Ouch.
Susie, you try. You're just trying to end up approaching it. And immediately, you see the Asian woman turn her head to you. Like, her head just twists, and it twists unnaturally. So, like, it's almost like you can see her chin has cleared her complete shoulder when she turns to look at you. Like her neck has been completely broken or is distended in a way. She smiles at you. Now, of course, I don't mean to be keeping. It's just, this is a little bit of a thing, and I'm sure, Miss Love, right? You would take offense to it as well, right? If I were to just come on in and make a bunch of pew-pew noises in your head, domain, things would just not be amicable. And I want us to be the best of friends.
I completely understand, which is why I will remain to show my respects and give you the justice due, while the rest of my compatriots address a matter that really should not be waiting.
This is ridiculous. We're all on the same side. Why can't we just work together on this?
Because that's not how things work. Marcelo, was it?
Yes.
I heard your little talk about the traditions, and you're right. You are absolutely correct. We have slighted you, and for that, I am most apologetic. However, I heard what you said about teaching your new friends here about the traditions. So I've got a lesson. There is one that stands above every other tradition. Do you know what it is?
Susie, high or low?
Hi.
Okay, continue. I would have to guess rule number 1.
Rule number 1.
Masquerade. Love it.
Turns out, our good fellow here is led us onto a little breach.
Oh.
Now, as we have done you wrong, I think some recompense is in order.
Well,
We'll deal with this one. Get him fixed up. Brush this entire event under the rug. Free of charge. No issues, no boons, no nothing. We would consider it even.
I
That's it.
thought Miss Love was in charge. Sorry, I'm getting mixed signals here. It happens on occasion. You know, so which one am I supposed to be talking to for this kind of thing?
Well, if she has any other ideas, I'd be happy to hear them. Miss Love?
I said I'd handle it.
There we go. All right. Cole, can you get off the car, please? They got places to be, and right now lunch is bleeding all over my beautiful concrete.
Susie, will you deal with this for me? And she hands Susie the bag.
Certainly. And she grabs the bag. It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As for the
Toodles!
rest of us, we're leaving. And Susie simply walks towards the car.
Yeah, and you notice that the other woman with them, right? Jude is continuing to watch you, and her head is continuing to turn. Like, it's almost a 180 at this point. She hasn't broke eye contact with you. She's just smiling like she's amused.
Unnerving.
Susie simply turns. He's just like, your head spins any further and you'll be a walking masquerade breach.
She kind of flicks her tongue at you, and immediately the first thing you'll notice is that it's a forked tongue. And I don't mean a body modification. I mean it is a full-on
actually-
serpent tongue.
Oh, yeah. No, where we're going.
And the three of them step away. So, at this point, Elliot, I'm presuming the body's in the back seat. You're going to need to keep that thing stable, as it's kind of been jostled and manhandled while, a lot of
Bleeding
body
out.
parts are places that they shouldn't be. This is going to require a bit of effort on your part. Thankfully, you have another doctor to end up assisting, but you do not have medical equipment in here. And it's bleeding all over the upholstery. So, the question here is Fishmonger, Lila, Doc, Susie, Elliot, what are you doing?
Well, I hope Doc Saturday is going to help me keep this fucker patched up till we get to my apartment so we can stitch this fucker up.
Fishmonger's not going to fit in the car, so he'll have to either ride in the trunk again or
Yeah,
move
jump
through
in
the
the trunk, buddy.
sewers.
All right.
Lila's
Doc,
hopping
He
in.
just gives Susie the dirtiest stare, like,
Well,
what the fuck are you smoking? And then he jumps in the trunk.
That was me out of character. But this is just like, we'll figure this out. She's currently in the driver's seat and just waiting.
Okay.
It's okay. He still has a very low opinion of Susie right now, especially
Fishmonger in the trunk.
after-
Yeah.
Lila's in the passenger seat.
Lila's in passenger seat. Susie's in there. And right now, Doc and Elliot are trying to figure out how the hell do we keep this man alive while not being pulled over at a given time, while trying to end up getting to our own domain in a place where we can end up actually doing this with appropriate tools. We will get back to that as you guys speed off. But
Yeah.
Summer is left with Temptation's End. Now, I'm told by certain circles that your family is a stickler for the little things, right?
Mm.
So, welcome to our wonderful abode. Can we now leave before we end up having to smell the gunpowder?
Yes.
Enchanté, mademoiselle. Yeah, gestures, very large, yeah, grandiose gestures, and you kind of see, yeah, you kind of end up seeing Jude and Cole just step to the side and begin to escort you someplace else in the night. That being said, in the car, we're going to need to do a series of checks. Okay? So, Susie, you're driving.
Mm-hmm.
And the tricky part about this is you have a location to go. Where exactly are we going? Just to be clear. I mean, are we going directly to the morgue?
Well, Elliot's apartment specifically has a full-blown surgery kit in there. Why? Don't ask. But he has a full-on surgery thing in his
He has
apartment.
a field surgery.
Yes. So he
Yeah,
can save
he
this
could-
man's life without any questions.
Doc?
If need be, we could go to my clinic. It is made to keep these sort of situations.
So we got a difference of opinion. So I'm going to end up actually, since we have two doctors and two differing opinions, I'm going to end up presenting with Susie, who is ultimately the driver's seat and thus the patient who gets to end up deciding.
A clinic
Elliot-
makes more sense.
Elliot's place is closer,
Hmm.
but the difficulty to save this man is going to be higher. The clinic offers a better chance to save him, but is going to be the trickier drive without incurring more heat. One's going to require 2 checks, the other one's going to require 3.
My place does give us a bonus.
Yep, but
Yeah,
not as much as the clinic.
That's true.
The clinic is. We'll take the harder drive. I'm pretty good at driving, so.
Let's hope we can keep him stable during the drive.
Yeah. And therein lies the question. So, Doc Saturday or Doc Jones? Which one of you two is making the rolls?
I have
Yes, you're being
4
assisted.
intelligence, 3 medicine.
I have intelligence 3, medicine 3.
Okay.
So I'd say it would be me making the rolls.
All right. You're being assisted by a +1,
If they're
But you're-
in medicine.
but you're also at a -2 because you do not have the tools for this. Like, at best, like, your trachea, piercing his trachea with a freaking drinking straw, kind of keeping him alive.
So a medicine intelligence with a -1 modifier.
That is correct. This is not to stabilize, this is just to end up keeping him alive. Susie, you're going to the clinic, correct?
Yep.
Okay, two's enough. Two's enough to keep him stable, but or not stable, but enough to not bleed out immediately. But this is requiring a lot of hands-on. Doc, what's your hunger level at?
Doc's hunger level is at 1.
Okay. Elliot, your hunger is at 1?
Where do I look for that?
Yes.
You have,
Yes.
Okay. I don't think he's used anything that would require blood just yet. So, Fishmonger, you're in the trunk, which is awfully close to that back seat. Now, I hate to end up presuming that you're just going to burst your arms through and pull the corpse into the trunk to reenact like a sitting version of, Nightmare on Elm Street, but the possibility is there. What's your hunger at?
My hunger is at 1. And if I
Fantastic.
get hunger pains, I can always lick the blood on my arm.
Fair. It does taste sweet. Let's be honest. To you, it's no different than somebody licking barbecue sauce off of their fingers. So at that point, it's more curiosity of what the flavor profile is than anything else. Susie, you are trying to head to the clinic, correct?
Yep.
Very well then. I am going to end up asking you to end up making me a... You get one of 2 options here.
Mhm.
Are you trying to go for the quickest route, most direct, easiest way, or are you trying to end up making sure that or is your priority not to get pulled over? Because this is...
Priority's not to get caught.
All right. Then I'm going to ask for a manipulation drive.
Manip drive. And I'm guessing the quickest route would be composure drive?
Yes.
Then actually, we're going the fastest way.
All right.
And I'm even going to go so far as to rouse for this.
Careful with that, Susie. Don't
Mm.
want to end up getting too hungry.
Yep.
Well, let's Let's see what the roll is. 6 successes.
6.
Wow. All right.
Nice.
Yep,
Susie-
she's basically being able to keep it, like, to go the quickest route and keep it literally just at the speed limit.
Yeah, you're
So that
you're
cops are just
tempted
like,
fate.
yeah, they go,
You're tempting fate, but you're,
cops
you
blink an eye.
might run into that one asshole who's trying to meet a quota, but thus far, you're in the solid.
Yep.
I'm going to end up asking for another medicine roll from Dr. Jones.
You can do it.
I believe in you.
He's not done yet. You were keeping pressure on that wound. You were trying to end up keeping his throat. You're trying not to break his neck more than anything. He needs a neck brace more than anything. But right now he's choking. He's
not
struggling.
gonna die on me yet, damn it!
Yeah, but Elliot, there is all that goodness just leaking out of him. You can't help but think. It's an errant thought in your head. What a waste. You know, you could smell it on him. You could smell the adrenaline. Oh, it's that kind of high you get when you go to the range and if you're getting a few shots off your first time there. It's that kind of excitement that just you can smell it in the air. Shit's better than sex. But you're going to end up pulling back for a minute, try and end up keeping them going. That's going to be another drive from Susie.
And I need to continue pushing it, so rousing up. That's my first additional dot. A little hungrier. It's not until after the roll though that comes into a play, so.
Mm-hmm.
3 spendable power. I can't risk that.
Okay.
Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
7.
6, 7.
Susie, you are blitzing it, and you wanna know what? I'm gonna give that because the crit. I am going to end up saying that you find that quick track. You have to end up cutting through a back alley. You don't even slow down. You have to drift. You do it. That's a cool way, you see it in the movies, but at this point, you actually have a reason to do it. As you try and end up drifting, you end up keeping everybody in the backseat stable. Inertia's a fantastic thing, isn't it? As you end up eventually drifting directly into the front. Doc Saturday and Dr. Jones trying to end up hoisting this individual as Fishmonger comes out of the trunk. Because I have no doubt the Fishmonger is going to want to end up making sure he's alive, because this is not the kind of blood he needs on his hands right now, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Am I?
Sorry, what was the question?
Oh no, I was asking. I'm just
Doesn't
double
need that blood
checking. So, with that in mind,
Yeah.
you guys rush into the clinic. Doc,
And
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, as they get out, Susie's gonna turn to them. I'm gonna leave you here. We need to get this car cleaned.
We got the dude. Go get this thing done.
And if Lila's alright with it, Susie's gonna, after they get him into the clinic, Susie's gonna drive off and head for her apartment because they need to get the blood out of this upholstery.
Lila would gladly go along.
Which brings us back to Summer. Now, Summer, this is a odd change of pace. You enter this. Well, it is an apartment. It's even top floor. I mean, it's only 5 floors up, but hey, it's a better view than your place. The upholstery here, it seems to be almost like an odd collection. A beautiful throw rug on top of a very old wooden dining set. It's clearly that stuff that's cheap, that's meant to look old and classy. But reality, it was kind of IKEA before IKEA. But
nice place.
Marcelo seats himself on the couch as you end up seeing Jude sits right here beside him, kind of snuggling up a bit, though he kind of drapes his arm over her shoulder. Miss Love, please do take a seat. We don't entertain guests too often, especially not ones of such noteworthy prominence.
And she goes to take a seat, sitting up properly.
So prim, so proper. This is what I like about the Blue Bloods. They bring a sense of class to the air. I love it. And the hair, oh, darling.
You hate it.
Whatever made you think I think that? Blue blood, blue hair, blue is your thing, girl. If you got it, you rock it.
Well, moving straight along to business.
Oh. Well, okay.
As much as the compliments are nice, I don't think that's why you've brought me here.
No, it really isn't. But doesn't hurt to try.
No, of course, it doesn't hurt to try. And yes, we did misstep. And my sincerest apologies to you and Tententions and for getting a little nosy.
Okay. Well,
But I will let you know that there's a reason that we were nosy.
I'd like to hear it.
Were you not aware of what was going on in your own backyard?
You mean that whole scuffle that you ended up having?
No, I mean prior to that.
Well, maybe we did, maybe we didn't.
Well,
I
it
wanna
seems
hear-
like there was a little bit of snooping around by a number of different parties in your own backyard, and I'm surprised, actually, that you, someone who prides himself in the luxury, she says a little sarcastically, of your domain.
Oh, wound me. Please, Miss Love, you misunderstand me entirely. I'm not here to start casting stones. In fact, what I'm hoping to end up illustrating to my compatriots is that when a issue like this pops up, how it can be resolved, even amongst ones like ourselves. I mean, I'm a neonate and you're a sorry, fledgling, but we can both behave as civilized adults, not be like the children that our elders perceive us to be.
Exactly. And this is why
So,
conversation is key.
I agree. Communication is what it's all about, and I'd love to end up communicating, darling. So,
How
with
much
that,
communication did you do with Mr. Collins?
Mr. Collins, the reporter. Oh! Tiddlywinks! Oh, I know. So, he was kind of one of those weird cases. We were kind of just wanting to see what he'd do more than anything. Can't go after everybody who ended up rocking a pair of fangs back in the 90s, right?
So when he started taking pictures and jotting down notes and other things, you weren't concerned.
I was deeply concerned. I was worried that any action we might take, in fact, tonight kind of proves what I was worried about, was that it would end up ending in something louder than might end up being required.
It wouldn't have been required if the place had actually been cleaned. Too busy.
Roll me a wit's insight.
I can do that. I am definitely good at that. Would sense motives be applicable here?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll give it to you on a 3.
Okay.
He's actually surprisingly easy to read. And, Summer, you realize that one of the reasons he keeps licking his teeth, you'd think it's him playing up this sensuality. What it is him hiding the fact that he's starving. It has taken everything in this man's power to not just frenzy on that one morsel put in front of him. They're all starving. You get the impression that they spend most of their nights just trying to hunt down one person to feed upon.
Bit of a pity. She is saying that to herself mentally. I get it. You're busy. I understand completely.
The responsibilities of wielding a domain, it's
Exactly.
it can be overwhelming at times.
Yes. As someone who is new to that sort of game, I can completely understand. So, Susie was right in that we will handle this free of charge. As a courtesy for stepping on your toes. But might I make a suggestion?
Sure, why not? It's always good to end up having a little bit of friends outside of the home, isn't it? He kisses June on the head. She doesn't seem to react much in that regard. She's more looking at you. Cole, in the meanwhile, seems to be more busy in the kitchen? The vampire, what's he doing in the kitchen? You're not sure.
It is important, of course, to get out and make friends. So, should you need any assistance in making friends, I'll happily offer it. I have a way with people.
Honey, I can tell. I'm feeling it already myself. But never to end up letting your charms go to waste, I wanted to end up making just a point. What would you call it? I, at this exact moment, just wanted to end up getting to know what I'm dealing with. Understand, I've worked so hard with these two to try and help them climatize to the Camarilla. It's so weird to say that, isn't it? You run into neonates, Camarilla. You try and put the old flair to it, Camarilla, because it just sounds so sexy when you say it that way. And I don't know. What do you think?
I wouldn't know the first thing about acting as a sort of pseudo-sire or some sort of mentor to another individual. I sadly don't have that luxury. But I will say that should you need any of my assistance, you know where to find me.
And I don't even have your card.
Well, she'll give a general area street, where she feels that they could potentially like leave a drop or something to contact her or leave a mark or something.
Aww.
Something in
No.
This way, no one has to know.
Hero was hoping to have a keepsake. Oh, well, I guess so we can end up making it work.
Honey, I know the struggle.
I'm sure you do. But, we're going
And
to...
you know.
But we're going to end up just chalking this one up as stumbling.
Misunderstanding.
Stumbling blocks. Yeah, that kind of thing.
Water under the bridge. Friends?
I'd like to be. Cole immediately ends up coming out of the kitchen, comes back with what you can imagine is, let's just say a bag of nefarious potential deeds. When he places it down, you can hear the clattering of heavy tools. Look, as much as the cam likes to end up doing all this prim and proper shit, I'm kind of curious what the hell's going to end up making sure that this doesn't happen again. I'm trying to end up playing by these rules, but every single time it seems like rules for thee, but not for me. And I'm kind of curious if this is just going to be one of those, hey, this is a misunderstanding, or what, after the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 12th time. Hey, Cole, please, you're being rude. Fuck being rude.
No. I appreciate him being candid.
You think that I want to end up here, having to end up here, seeing here people. I end up saying, hey, you said they'd give us our space. You said that, Marcelo. And now all of a sudden here we end up having, pardon my French, but the fucking new gal and her friends marching on in here, and then all of a sudden they're here trying to doing this shit where they end up saying, hey, this was on your property. What the fuck are we supposed to do, Marcelo? We could be out there hunting right now and probably doing a bit more than that if we weren't just entertaining guests, but of course you have to end up saying, oh, it's always these proper channels, and it seems like the more the channels we do, we ain't getting nothing done. Please, Cole, relax. Relax. I understand your frustration, darling. But it's... Well... Miss
You're
Love.
both on, you all are on frayed edges right now.
You're damn right.
I can see it.
You'll have to pardon him. Yeah, Miss Love. Not every anarch is accustomed to trying to end up maintaining a certain degree of grace and charm about them.
I
But
think that's where you have a misunderstanding, Marcelo. He's not an anarch anymore.
absolutely right. Absolutely. I'm
He
so
is your peer. A member of your coterie.
absolutely. And I wouldn't trade him for the world.
Would you?
No, absolutely not. Understand,
Is he being honest? Would he sell them out?
roll insight. This would not be a motivation though.
Okay. That's another 3.
He's conflicted because he's worried that may be the choice, and he doesn't know what he's going to do. You can tell that he struggles a bit, because you did catch him. But on the other hand, can he deny what they are, or what they were? And let's be honest here, both of them do not show the social graces of a Camarilla court. You bring these two in, and it probably ends badly.
Mm-hmm. Your methods, Marcelo, may need to focus a little briefly on things of more importance than etiquette. Etiquette can be learned in time, and that's with observation of yourself, your peers, others around you. That comes with time. The most important thing is making sure that, well, you have something stable.
You can see he's smiling, but you can tell that his fangs have clearly pierced the inside of his bottom lip.
All I'm offering is my assistance in helping you create something a little more stable. Something you can keep a remote eye on.
Well, if you ever get that kind of pull. Until then, I am so glad, Miss Love, that we managed to end up getting this all sorted out. And, well, it's been a pleasure, I'm sure. Cole, would you be kind enough to escort Miss Love out for a moment? I think I need to reconnoiter our itinerary for the evening. Yeah, sure. I can do that. He starts to go over. Rolls his eyes as he bows and he showcases an arm to the door. This way, Miss Love.
Thank you. And she follows it, even if he's being a little brusque about it. But she makes it a point that when he's escorting her out the door, that she gets a minute with him for a second. That offer extends to all of you.
Yeah, right. Look, Miss Love, I don't have time nor the gumption and a bullshitting with none of you.
Because you're hungry. I won't bullshit you. I'll bullshit him. I won't bullshit you. He lives for the pomp and circumstance. I get it. It's tough. I've been there many times. Trying to figure myself out.
He kind of looks you up and down. You notice that his eyes really focus on your hands. But he looks back at you. Maybe. Maybe not. Say this much, though. Every single time I've ended up seeing somebody end up coming to me kind of like you. You know, hoping for a better tomorrow. Seems that short end of the stick keeps getting shorter and shorter each time. And I'm doing this entire thing on faith, because fact of the matter is that I may not believe a goddamn word that comes out of your mouth. But for some strange reason, Marcelo might be an idiot at times. I think he's right now, though, best shot I've ever gotten in this city. Because not more than a couple of decades ago, you would have been here cheering for my beheading. And I would have been having a beer over your burning haven. And I don't care if I had to throw it up afterwards, it would just be a good party time. So let's not get it mixed up. Right now, we're playing nice.
I'm not saying that I'm ignoring your past. But I do hope for a better future for all of us. This could have been bad, Cole. This could have been your beheading. This is on the level of Masquerade Breach.
Roll me a charisma persuasion.
Ooh. I'm good at those. I'm very good at those.
You know how slim pickings it is out here.
I can see it on your face.
Right now, reason that Marcelo's got us all trying and behaving is because right now he doesn't want no more blood on his hands. He's trying to end up keeping us on the straight and narrow. The fact of the matter is that right now, that straight and narrow is ending up here bringing a monster out of all of us.
And right now it's too narrow.
And what the hell are we supposed to end up doing? We can end up here doing with the domain, but we can't do a damn thing with it. Everybody else is saying, why don't you build this up? Why don't you try and end up seeing if you can get a bar open? And most of them don't understand that we might have a half hour of an entire evening to ourselves because we're spending most of the evening trying to end up hunting something down. We spend so much goddamn time here looking for something to eat. At that point, what are we doing? And bills still gotta get paid. Electric company comes for us as quick as it comes for anybody still breathing.
Well, thankfully for the electric company, that's not 100% necessary. But I get what you're saying.
You don't? Marcelo? You lose that. I think that man's barely holding it together. You try and put on the brave face.
That's all you can do. Sometimes. Morale is sometimes very important too. Because you lose morale, and what do you have left? I don't know the picture perfect, solve everything overnight. But I definitely can see that it's hard even hunting here. I'm just saying, if you want somebody to watch your back, call me.
You got 5 people that need that more than me. You take care of yours, I'll take care of mine. And, Miss Love, you see he's choking on his words. I appreciate what you done. But I would appreciate it if you ain't here go near spouting it off to everybody you come across. You dig?
My lips are sealed.
I'll be listening in case.
Not
Alright.
a peep.
All
You have
right.
my word.
Okay. You get going now.
I wish you better luck in the future, Cole.
Look. That's a funny
Sometimes it's
thing,
a
ain't
matter of
it?
luck. Sometimes you get lucky. You never know.
And I think that is a good place to end up calling it a session. Oh,
Alrighty.
Welcome to Hell, Keys. We'll be your
Yes,
guides
welcome
this
to
evening.
hell.
Yeah.
Way to go, Summer.
Good job. Very well done.
Yes.
Well done. You
Uh,
had me worried a couple moments there.
I
yeah,
hope that
Coffee's
you.
the kind of player who keeps talking, hoping to stumble into a good
It's not gonna be me.
dialogue.
It's not gonna be me.
Sometimes it turns and waves, but it usually ends up getting somewhere in the end.
This was easy.
All right. Well, I hope you enjoyed the characters we've introduced so far. I gotta do a bit
Love
more
'em.
work
Oh,
on Jude, but
Love them. Love
Yes.
to see it.
Fellow.
Yes.
Yeah, Marcelo is the best. I want to be his friend so bad.
Oh, I look at Jude.
I love Cole.
In character, Susie's like,
Oh.
ugh, and out of character, I'm like, oh, you're so fucking ministry. It hurts. Because Susie said it out. I was like, yeah, you keep your head turned like that, and you're gonna be a fucking walking masquerade breach.
to which our only response is,
Yeah.
All of them were wonderful in their own right.
probably do something with Jude a little bit more a little later, but
I did fucking call it though. I put foot in mouth.
yeah, trust me, that's not going to be
It
the only
wasn't
time.
me. me.
It wasn't me.
I mean, I did too.
It wasn't
too.
me.
No, you put a gun in your mouth instead.
Then Volvo saved me.
Yeah, except that won't kill me. Pull the trigger. Do it. Do it. You can't kill me in a way that matters.
No, it was not about killing. You screwed up the whole operation by shooting a gun.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
We got a few people to end up thanking. We have a raid from Bane BC. We got Daryl Sucks at Gaming, and we got Chieftain raiding us for once. Oh,
All the raids. Happy.
oh, it's so weird to have Chieftain raiding into us. You know,
Yeah.
we'll be doing
yeah.
longer sessions than this in the near future, but I wanted to just kind of settle in with a good primer.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, there we go. So I don't think there's any stains necessarily taken this
No,
one.
actually,
Maybe
I think
He's
I
not.
played up to one of my
He's not
convictions
dead.
Yeah.
Dead yet?
He's
Did
not dead.
everything in my
We're-
power to
But
save
we'll
him.
find out next week.
Yeah, we're actively trying to save him, and even if he did die, the guilty shall suffer.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
Oh, he's not
but also
guilty.
we have the
I'm
thing
the
of
guilty
thou
one.
shalt not kill.
Oh no, he's guilty.
Of what? Being a police officer at a potential crime scene?
Breaking and entering for one.
Uh-huh.
You know,
He could
if
be
he
an
was a
undercover
cop,
I'm-
cop,
I'm-
though.
I'm waiting
You know,
for-
if he was a cop, search warrants, even undercover, they won't just break into places because it's still trespassing.
Well, I'm still gonna have to fish through all of that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
unless he's not a cop.
unless
Well, no, he is a cop. I saw him.
No. I mean, unless he's not doing it under the authority of being a cop.
Yeah.
That's true.
Mm.
Yeah.
and
He can be a hunter.
So with that in mind,
With that in mind, I think I kind of played up to one of my convictions. Actually,
I-
my courage is the highest virtue.
oh, I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
So let's get to it. Then let's do experience. Now we're going to do experience a little bit differently. We're still dialing in, but we're going to try this for the time being. So right away, the way we're going to do it is this time we're going to get 2 experience for each player coming in. All right. Thank you very much, Selds.
Ooh.
All right. So we just got to hit resubscribe by Selds. Fantastic. We're going to end up getting 2
Hell yes.
experience apiece. Now, there are going to be 5 categories that are given. One is for his showing up that we just gave. Then we got 3 other his that are voted by the party. That is, who pushed the plot, who had the best scene, who had the best line. All right? This is specifically to focus on role-playing. And then we're going to end up seeing who wins the vote. Now, here's where things change a bit. Before we begin on who had the best in going for the deliberations, I want you 3 to tell me who are the 3 characters you want to put up for the poll.
For the audience favorite.
For the audience favorite.
Mm.
We're going to do this before the voting.
Ah.
This is awkward then.
I've got 3.
I definitely have to put Summer up in there just because of that ending scene.
Yeah, I agree with that
Yeah.
as well.
Okay.
Summer,
Yeah, I agree with
Susie,
that.
Elliot.
Summer,
Yeah.
Susie,
Those
Elliot.
would be my 3. Those would
I
be my
agree
3.
with that.
Okay. Anybody wanting to contest? Don't be shy.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So, Black Wolf, can we end up getting a poll up for his Summer, his Susie, and Elliot? So we can spend channel points on it to end up being able to end up increasing your vote. So your watch time during our broadcasts here on Twitch can be used to end up adding more votes to who you think is the more deserving, or who it is that you just decide to end up helping out because you end up becoming a fan of their work. Whatever your reasoning, it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is you guys get to contest the vote and end up turning it into, an eBay situation.
Yeah, they're gonna snipe it. Just watch.
So, that being said, let's go to who pushed the plot.
Me.
Yeah, I'm willing to give that to Summer.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely
Yes,
summer.
Okay.
Yes, Summer.
All right.
I mean, if you have contests, I mean, go ahead.
All right. Who was it then?
Ventru gonna Ventru.
Ventru gonna Ventru. That's just a fact. Okay. Who gets the best scene?
Would be Fishmonger.
Yeah.
Clothesline from
Yeah.
Hell definitely made an impact.
Oh,
but I'm
yeah.
Tish.
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
to give that one to Fishmonger. He definitely made a scene.
It did, yeah, Fishmonger.
Mm.
I
Fishmonger.
would argue my last scene with Cole, but I'm outnumbered.
Oh, it's a
Yeah.
good scene. Like, that would be
Oh,
my
it's a
second
good
pick.
scene.
Yeah.
Good scene.
But I think Fish is the reason you ended up there in the first place.
Oh no,
Yeah.
the reason we
And
ended up there
Fish
in the
is the
first
reason
place
why
is
we
because we
have a
didn't
cliffhanger for next
diplomacy.
session.
Yes, diplomacy. Made by these
That's the reason we ended up
24-inch
there.
pythons. Fishmonger. That's what the diplomacy was.
Yeah.
Street diplomacy.
Looks like Fishmonger gets it. Who had the best line?
I'm gonna stick my hand in the ring here.
Okay.
Apathy is a tragedy and boredom is a crime. And he's guilty on all counts because God am I bored.
Hmm.
I don't know. I would vote for Elliot here.
Oh,
His foot and mouth was probably the best line.
what was the specific line? There's a few things I would say.
I
was foot and
forget.
mouth.
It started off with
He started off just
I'm
spilling
throw
the
my
whole story.
under the bus.
That would be
I
more
got
scene.
outvoted.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm just being devil's advocate here.
I'd say Elliot for the comment he made to Summer about her name.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's good and
That's
juicy.
Of course, that's the one that gets me the vote.
Daring today, aren't we? Well, that's
Well,
the
let's
really
trigger
funny.
Frenzy
That's the
session
really
1.
funny thing. Because, yeah, Susie did chuckle at what he said. He's just like,
oh,
he's like, oh yeah.
just as a matter of a bit of scene clarity, I had actually cured my compulsion when I told them to get in the car. Right?
That is correct.
I was just making sure that all of those social rules I was making on Cole and that was all not a penalty.
Nope. The fact that you took charge was, and that's what I was trying to end up seeing. Like, okay, how, because that's the important thing is I'm a venture player. I'm biased in that regard. So I want to end up seeing like, oh, how does Summer play that?
Summer do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially with
And I
how,
think it fits perfectly.
well, just on how much of an empath she is, on how like whenever that trait kicks in, she doesn't realize she's doing it, but everybody else is like, I'm getting whiplash here. Anybody else? I'm gonna start looking like Jude in a minute here if this happens again.
She's nice and calm and collected and all of this. She starts barking out orders. You're just like, who is this bitch?
I'll quote one of my favorite stolen quotes, right? The lion, the witch, and the audacity of this bitch.
I
Yep.
love that quote.
That's for Marcelo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Definitely Marcelo.
Oh my god, Marcelo makes me feel some kind of way, and most of it's violent.
Is it really? I kind of want to see Marcelo meet one of the characters from the other Chronicles just to see how they interact.
Marcelo's a little bit over the top. Might need to dial it down, or if you're having fun with
We love him.
no,
Don't change him.
keep
Don't change
it
him at all.
going.
Change him.
Love him.
All right, I'm always a little worried when I end up doing that stuff. It's
He's all about the pomp and circumstance, and
Perfect.
absolutely, Summer's going to oblige him in that.
So
uh,
just
Felt
for
like he was-
clarification, who won the 3 player voted categories?
we're waiting on the end. Right now, Summer's in the lead, but this has been sniped before.
I meant he meant about the plot, scene, and line. I don't think we definitively told him. Said
We
Yeah,
haven't
that's
said we
why
haven't
that's
decided
what I'm
the
asking.
line.
Summer
voting for
got
Elliot
audience
for line.
vote, but who do you got for line? Right now, Elliot's top contender.
I'm voting for Elliot.
Sorry, what was that, Nivolva?
I'm voting for Elliot.
Elliot? So
Yeah,
we got 2 votes, Elliot, 1
Elliot.
for Susie.
Elliot's got it for.
Elliot's got it.
the-
Everybody's okay.
Um,
Elliot, congratulations! You got an additional experience point.
it's
All
1
right.
XP.
Thank you guys.
No worries, and thank you all for showing up on the first episode of San Jose by Night, City of Glass. Episode 1, Stomping Grounds. Holy shit, it is in the can, ladies and gentlemen, and I will be publishing the VOD very, very soon. I'm actually going to demand that everybody stay on my ass for this one, because I'm also constructing a playlist on it. That can be found at YouTube, so we'll be getting that stuff going. And until then, I think now is a fantastic time for, while I scope out a raid, a potential raid, you guys, well, say goodnight.
Good night.
Night,
night.
everybody.
Night.
It's so hard to get bloodstains out of fucking upholstery.
Was anybody else here about to expect him to say carpet and take that in a very dirty way, or is that just me?